There you go. Yeah, don't do the CRA any less than we do any of the rest. Want to call a meeting, board meeting to order, the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA on June 22nd, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, first,
July 22nd, sorry. July 22nd.
For the record, Neil Shive, Executive Director of Southeast Overtown Park West CRA. At this time, the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA would like to withdraw item number 8 from the agenda, and that leaves 7 uncontroversial items remaining.
All right, we want to open the floor for public comments on the items on the agenda. Number 8 was withdrawn.
No, there needs to be a motion and a vote to withdraw item number 8. Second.
Been properly moved and second. There were no public comments, or was it public comment? You had a public comment.
Well, no, we want to withdraw item number 8. And for fellow board member who just attended, we're withdrawing item number 8 from the agenda, which leaves 7 items left before we, and I think we want to vote on that first before we do the public hearing. So we don't want people speaking on item 8 when it's withdrawn.
All right, so withdraw item number 8. So we take a vote take a vote on withdraw the item. We need a mover.
Moved in second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Now, public comments on the items on the agenda.
Good evening, or good afternoon, rather. I am Gladys McCoy. As a Miami-Dade public school teacher, I stated at our last meeting, we say no child left behind. The Hamilton Group says no tenants left behind. The golden rule is to do unto others as you have them do unto you. Place yourself in our shoes. If we were your family, your mother, father, daughter, son, grandparents, etc., would you just accept this injustice? Absolutely not. That is why you all sit on this bench today. We hope and pray to make a difference. The 7 deadly sins is what destroys families, cities, states, country, and the world. Save Miami-Dade County and the United States of America from the greedy slum landlords that comes to rob, steal, and kill.
Quick question, which item are you speaking to?
The SR01.
No, this is not a city commission meeting. This is a CRA meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
He's in charge of the city commission meeting.
Okay.
This is not a city commission meeting. Right. It's a CRA meeting.
Thank you.
So we no longer...
No, when this meeting is over, then they will resume the City of Miami Commission meeting.
Yeah. It's not a city commission meeting. That's why I was telling you about other people misdirecting your efforts.
It looks the same, but this is a different meeting.
Different meeting. Okay. Is there any other public comments on the agenda of the CRA? Seeing none, I move the agenda and the items contained in it. Did I move it?
Sorry, are you passing you're
Yes.
asking for a motion?
I'm sorry, I'm not moving it, but I would like to have a mover. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Say whatever is aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Item passed.
And for the record, item number 1 was amended.
Item number 1 was amended? Yes.
Yes, pursuant to memo that was issued by the executive
Exactly.
director.
Yes.
And
Correct.
all the items was moved in one motion, so.
Okay. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
I'll be right back.
And for the record, I want to also, that I was, for the record, that I met with the director and I was briefed on all the items and I agree with it.
All right. Thank you.
Payday tomorrow.
We have a quorum. I'd like to re-engage with resident comment, public comment. But before that, I understand there's a couple requests for deferral of items remaining on the agenda. Mr. Resio, you're recognized.
Tony Resio, law office at 2525 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, here on PZ2 and PZ3, and requesting, based on the time here, requesting a deferral to the September 26th agenda.
PZ2 and PZ3 to September 26th.
Yeah.
September 23rd, that's the second meeting in September.
23rd. Okay, I apologize. I had the wrong date.
Correct. 2 and 3 to September 23rd.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
briefly address that? Neeson Kasdan, Ackerman, representing the Miami Design District. One thing we would like to just say with respect to this, and we have a motion to intervene, don't want to argue that now, and if we get adequate time in the future, we would be satisfied. But Mr. Chair, we would like to make sure that there is sufficient notice given to all the major property owners and neighborhood associations, ourselves, the Design District, Bay Point, Morningside, Buena Vista East, all of which found out about this most recent hearing in the last few days, and all of which have come out against this. And so we'd like adequate notice. We'd also like to point out that this has been kicking around since 2017. And so it's time to bring this issue to closure. I also say all of this, we believe that this item is in itself not properly before you. We've addressed that in our correspondence to you and the city attorney and the planning staff. We just want to make that statement for the record.
Thank you. Both the applicant and the department will go through all appropriate noticing procedures for the next hearing for September 20, what did we say? 3rd, you got me confused now. September 23rd?
September 23rd.
And if it's not properly noticed, we won't hear it. So absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
Is there any other item to be seeking a deferral before I take a vote on all of them at once? This was PZ 2 and 3 was requesting a September 23rd deferral, and this one is?
PZ 7 and PZ 8,
PZ 7 and 8. To what date, sir?
same date, September 23rd.
Makes it easy. All right. Let's clear this agenda. All right. Is there a motion for PZs 2, 3, 7, and 8? Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Thank you. Made our afternoon a little bit shorter. And now I will reconvene with public comment. You can only speak if you haven't spoken yet.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking deferral requests only for the public comment, public hearing ones, or others?
Any remaining item on the agenda that someone's just given up for the day and says, I'd rather hear it another time, this day's gone long enough?
Well, we would rather, but Commissioner Carollo...
You're seeking a deferral of Commissioner
He
Carollo's item, not
indicated
of
that he
your-
wanted to discuss it, and I don't want to request it over him. Do we know?
We'll have another opportunity when the item comes up to see if he's interested in taking it up or deferring it. So
Okay, because I certainly don't want to do it in his absence when he indicated he wanted to discuss it.
we wouldn't, yeah.
Okay, but we do expect him back at some point.
Yes, oh no, it's going to come up.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, if I could get the speaker's name?
Your name, sir?
the record.
Representative Joe Geller. We got you.
Sorry, Joseph Geller, Greenspoon Martyr, on behalf of the applicant for the original project Dulce Vita, and we appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Thank you. We'll be back
Thank
to
you.
discuss that when the commissioner's present.
Hopefully in the near future.
What,
All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what's his name?
Joe Geller.
Did you put it on the record, your name, sir? Oh, I didn't hear it.
Did I?
Your name for the record?
Joseph, yeah, I did. Joseph Geller, Greenspoon Martyr, on behalf of Dulce Vita.
And the address?
Registered. 200 East Broward Boulevard, Suite 1800.
1800, okay.
Yes, sir. That's Fort Lauderdale,
Okay.
Florida, and it's
Broward County?
333 01, and that's across from the federal courthouse on Broward Boulevard, sir.
Across, like diagonal or across?
No, directly across,
Okay.
straight shot from the front door right to the federal courthouse, right on Broward Boulevard, and that's up in Broward County, Senator.
Boy, you guys must have been a fun bunch in Tallahassee.
We were. Thank you,
Yes,
Representative.
sir. And the S stands for Scott.
No.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir, you are recognized.
Okay, I'll go a little faster. Stephen Leitner, 555 Northeast 34th Street, Miami, member, a resident of the Hamilton on the Bay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I tried to make it out of my row when you were asking for public comment regarding the Virginia Key Marina. I would just like to highlight that the city is spending close to $48 million. I believe that number is correct, Commissioner Chairman Russell, correct me if it's not, on the Marine Stadium, to renovate the Marine Stadium. So in terms of dollars and cents being spent, it's not just the income that comes from the marina, but it's also how it affects the Marine Stadium. And if you're getting a lot of money from the Marine Stadium, but you're from the marina, but you're losing it because of the Marine Stadium, I hope you all will look at that equation. So continuing on, I wanted to thank you all because I've been at several meetings and you've entertained residents of my apartment building, and you've listened intently, and I believe you've tried to offer us solutions. The building is a hellscape, and I would like to invite you individually to come and visit our building to see firsthand what's going on. And that might change your perspective to some degree. Would anyone consider that?
I'll be there.
Thank you, Commissioner Russell.
I would too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner De La Portillo.
What are we coming to see?
The condition of Hamilton.
Yeah, it's not a construction site, it's a deconstruction site.
Well, yeah.
And it's
I
dangerous.
don't know if we're supposed to affirm or what we're supposed to affirm, but I've been in Hamilton for the last 2 years.
And I remember you commented.
I'm trying to figure out why you all still want to stay there. That notwithstanding, you put me on the record, I've been there.
And I appreciated your comment because at one point the building was a landmark on Biscayne Bay. And at one point it was a top shelf residence. So we look forward to hosting you there and seeing firsthand. And finally, I would like to say that it warms my, or it brings me some sense of satisfaction that if eviction protection legislation is in fact enacted because of our circumstances, that would go a long way making us whole. So thank you for considering that, and see you at the Hamilton.
Thank you, Steve.
My name is Adrian Madriz. I live at 1990 Northwest 4th Court, Apartment 11 in District 5. And I'm here in support of the residents of Hamilton on the Bay regarding what's going on there. The item I'm speaking on, is SR1. And the reason we're tying it to SR1 today is because it's very clear that this developer, Hamilton on the Bay, Aimco, AR Communities, has every intention to purchase properties in the vicinity and to create a special area plan on this lot. And we definitely don't want them to be able to avoid any kind of additional scrutiny that the PZAB would be able to provide on this process. And so we're very much against SR1 as well. But specifically relating to the conditions of Hamilton on the Bay, I do have to thank you for all of the commitments that you've made today to the residents, because we love the fact that you are considering mass evictions legislation, not only because of what's going on there, but also, as I'm sure you've heard, all of the evictions that are planned after the collapse in Surfside. Places like Devon Apartments, places like a couple of apartment buildings in North Miami Beach as well. And I understand that these are outside of the city of Miami, but the reality is when these evictions occur, they are going to have an extreme effect on our local rental markets and on our local houseless population. And so I cannot stress enough the urgency by which we need to pass mass evictions legislation as quickly as possible to make sure that these landlords cover the costs and the logistics of having to relocate all of those tenants at their dime, not at your dime. One of the things we could have come before you is ask for the city to specifically finance relocation. We understand that that would be incredibly unfair, given that this particular CEO at Hamilton on the Bay made $7.5 million last year. And the corporation that he works for made $462 million last year. And that doesn't seem fair, that they get to just evict all of their tenants for free and not pay a dime. So we definitely want to make sure this mass evictions legislation goes into effect as quickly as possible. And the last thing I'll ask you, Commissioner Russell, you mentioned that you'd be willing to co-sponsor legislation on mass evictions. Can we get a timeline of when it is that we'll be able to see maybe a draft proposal?
Let me work with the city attorney's office and my policy staff, and I'll reach out to your representative.
All right, thank you.
And you directly, if we have your contact.
Thank you very much.
Your Smash. Thank you. Thanks for advocating.
It's not a representative because he doesn't live in that building.
Correct. He represents Smash the slumlords, correct? You work with Smash? Yes. You need a microphone. Sorry. It won't get recorded.
My organization is Struggle for Miami's Affordable and Sustainable Housing, and this is one of our campaigns. I do not live at Hamilton on the Bay. However, I am a concerned resident of the city of Miami as well in District 5. And coming from that standpoint, I want to make sure that these requests are taken seriously.
Can you meet with Daniel in my office? Ask for Daniel Hernandez. He's my policy advisor, and he'll start working.
I did send him an email already, and so I'm assuming we're in that process now to set up a meeting.
As long as he's got your email, and we can be in touch about that timeline process for legislation.
I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, thank you. My name is Camilo Mejia. I'm here with Catalyst Miami, and we're here also to speak in opposition of SR1. I'm not even going to use my remarks. I think that people here have had so many very eloquent, very convincing arguments to make, but I will say that the way that this is coming across, it seems that we have, on one hand, we have a citizen staff board acting with the community's best interest at heart, and on the other hand, we have wealthy developers trying to pass an amendment that will allow them to sit around for 2 months and completely circumvent community input and concerns to go straight to you. This is a very valuable community resource that we have to make sure that the community is able to provide input and voice our concerns about projects that can have a huge impact in our lives and the lives of our families. So it's very simple. We're here to stand with the people, and we hope that you will vote against this amendment and that you will vote with the people as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Hello.
Distinguished gentlemen of the Commission, Paul Christian Namphy speaking in opposition to SR1. The proposed ordinance subtext regarding limitations on continuances and deferrals, severability clause, and immediate effective dates puts the current social and cultural fabric and demographic cohesion of Little Haiti at great peril. Thousands of residents of Little Haiti will be directly affected, and many more will be indirectly affected by the Sable Palm, formerly Eastside Ridge project, homeowners and renters in particular. There is a deliberative accountability ensuring checks and balance process currently underway at PZAB regarding the burden on developers, Eastside Ridge and Sable Palm in particular, to show due diligence in demonstrating to decision makers the merits of their project in order to get approved. This process ensures the protection that should be given to the welfare of current Little Haiti residents. We need to let this process run its course and not parachute procedural modifications that take away from the sanctity of that process. As City of Miami activist David Winker says, this is part of a broader effort to disempower citizen advisory boards, and PZAB in particular. It seems to be focused on cutting PZAB at the knees. PZAB Commissioner Parrish was very eloquent in his comments critiquing SR1 and its attack on PZAB earlier today, which are on the record. I don't need to repeat. We support the views of Mr. Winker and Mr. Parrish. I think I'm a non-entity here. I'm with FOM. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Thanks for your
We're in Miami. 84th Street.
Good evening. My name is Luis Herrera, President of Vizcaya Homeowners Association, 1181 Southwest 22nd Terrace. I come over here for the future legislation of...
Future legislation?
Yeah.
We're not hearing those items today.
Okay.
That's for another agenda in the future. It just lets you know it's coming, so it's not a surprise.
No, the only thing I want to ask is inviting all the neighborhood association to make it common so we can get in together and decide which way they're going to be. I think that this is the best way because the proposal over here, nobody know anything.
You're right. I will make sure that the administration informs all the different neighborhood associations, and in particular, informs the neighbors around the Vizcaya one that are the most at risk right now.
Oh.
So if need be, we'll work with you to go door to door and inform the neighbors of when this will be coming back in September.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pia Isabella Palomino. I'm a resident of 321 Northeast 58 Terrace in District 5. I'm here to speak against Amendment SR1. I'm a resident who's spoken up multiple times on development projects that are occurring directly in my community. PZAB has played such a vital role in speaking up for the community, as well as providing a space for community members to come and air their concerns. For a project to get continuously deferred because of its lack of community feedback and engagement does nothing but set a precedent for how we want our community to grow moving forward. Taking away this power takes away the democratic right to your constituents who show up to these meetings and show their concerns. How is this fair? It is playing right into the pocket of money-hungry developers. They want to be able to pass whatever they want as quickly as they want. Huge SAPs that will drastically affect the community that I live in need to be held accountable. And if a project is continuously deferred, it has been because the community itself has come to speak out against these projects. So I urge you to please not pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Mr. Resio.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tony Resio, 2525 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Suite 700 in Coral Gables. I just wanted to very quickly address all of the concerns raised by the Hamilton and give you guys a status update of where we are. We absolutely welcome site visits to anyone who is interested to see it. You'll see, yes, the building is under construction. It is an active construction site. It needs work. It needs a lot of work. That's why we're in this pickle that we're in right now. We are doing everything we can to meet with residents and to find arrangements to find them suitable relocation. We're committed to doing that. We will continue to do that. Since we last discussed, we've narrowed down the number of residents who still need that kind of assistance to about 1/4 of them. So we're going to continue to work. We have our commitment to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on any of the remaining items on the agenda, planning and zoning or otherwise? Please approach the lectern. Mr. Winker, hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. I live in the city of Miami, have law offices at 4720 South Lejeune Road. I wanted to speak on, tie an item to RE5 on affordable housing. RE5 contains a quote, "The city of Miami affordable housing crisis is a valid public emergency for city residents." As you know, I represent the residents of the Hamilton who are being mass evicted from their homes. Most have lived there for decades. Commissioners, we are all capitalists here. A landlord has every right to come into our community, buy a building, and evict every single tenant. But they must do it in accordance with the law. You heard residents today ask you to make sure the laws are enforced. And they've requested you to come out to take a look at what they believe are actual building violations. Noise levels that violate the law, almost daily altercations between construction workers and residents, construction debris raining down, sending dangerous debris flying, and filling the air with dangerous dust. I'll finish up. Finally, we are asking that you enact legislation that protects our communities when mass evictions happen. You were told today by residents that Aimco is not negotiating in good faith and that the residents are not getting the help they need to be able to move out to avoid the inevitable eviction. Commissioners, these residents are the canary in the coal mine. Post-Surfside mass evictions are going to be a reality. We need legislation that ensures that building owners participate in the costs of their conduct. These people are going to need public services to find housing, and that cost should be shared by these landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, could you assign an attorney with my office to work on this legislation? Because I need to learn what is within our jurisdiction to protect residents from whatever the cause of the eviction may be, whether it's a ripple from the Surfside issue and we're having many buildings losing their certificates of occupancy, or if it's simple landlord-tenant, new owner situations such as this. I'd like to understand what is within our ability as a city to do, and certainly in the light of the fact that we recognize there is a housing crisis already to start with, which can only get exacerbated from here. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else to speak at public comment on any of the remaining items before I close public comment for the rest of the day? Seeing none, all right, I'll close public comment. We will take up the remainder of the agenda. Gentlemen, can I get a motion on the CA and the PH agenda, please? Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Croyo. That's CA 1 through 7 and PH 1 through 6. Is there any discussion on any of these items?
Chair, just for the record, there is a substitution of some backup documents only for CA3.
Do you need an amendment?
No, sir.
All right. Any further discussion on CA and PH agenda? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving to the RE agenda. We'll take these one at a time, please. RE1, setting the millage cap, fiscal year 2021-22, moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Any further discussion?
Yeah, the question. We have a proposal,
Any motion yet?
.4681 mils,
Yes.
but there's a higher amount included somewhere, and I'm trying to.
Sorry, you need to pull the mic.
I'm sorry. There's a higher amount included. I'm trying to make sure that what we're voting is consistent amounts.
I'm sorry, what you want
This
to
is a
raise?
DDA. So yeah, this is, it's just the rate. Is the rate consistent? Because I thought I saw something that gave me the impression that the rates were not consistent with what they were asking for.
RE1. I'm sorry, you saying you wanted to raise taxes to a higher amount,
No,
Commissioner
no,
Watson?
I'm not trying to raise anybody's taxes.
Just want to get it on the record.
There's enough misinformation coming from that side. Don't have none coming from this side. Just on RE2. Maybe Commissioner Reyes.
We're on RE1
We're
just
only
yet.
doing one?
The
Okay.
city's millage.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, all right.
Thank you.
Any questions on the city's millage? None, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Tax rate will remain flat. RE2, is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. This is the DDA millage. Also flat relative to last year, if I'm not mistaken.
It is flat relative to last year. Okay.
Yes. Is there any questions on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes on RE2. Thank you very much. RE3, moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by the chair. I wanted to make sure to be noted as a sponsor on this item. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Go Baywalk. Thank you. RE4, the Jungle Island Amendment. Is there a motion for RE4?
For discussion, move for discussion.
Move for discussion, seconded by the chair. Go ahead, Commissioner, you're recognized.
So the question I have with what we heard this morning, right? The first question is, how is it that city property now does not have to abide by the same laws as everybody else? So that's the first question I have, right? Because code shows up. Just because it's a city property don't mean you can do something different than what
Apparently
everybody
it
else can do.
does.
Well, it shouldn't mean that, so we gotta figure that one out, right? The second is, I don't need a study to know that sound across water is higher, and so they need to do everything they can to make sure that they mitigate that noise going to those people's places, because we should continue to have to hear that. Now, if they want to come back and tell us how they're going to do that and we'll roll this over, then so be it. But those people they don't sound like they're whining for no reason, and so they should not now have that issue. If it's boats are going back and forth, but if it's permanent sound, then that sound should be turned back away from them, and that's what should be part of the solution to that problem. So, the owners here?
Would you like to address the legal question of the charter and the
Right, so
properties first?
The city code does exempt city properties from the noise ordinance.
So I would believe that the spirit of it is for city projects, city events, city structures, but when we have a private
City properties, that's how it's drafted.
Yeah,
So
city
if you want to
property.
change it, that's fine, but we have to change the code. I just want to be clear on that. But the ramifications of that can be problematic later for whatever events you do at parks, whatever you do so you really need to be clear on what it is that you amend.
It'd be very simple. Yes. To do. It would be city property that is being leased on a permanent basis
on a long-term basis.
or long-term basis.
We'd like to bring something back in September to reflect a change.
Okay, that would be first reading in September.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
And the spirit of it is to allow events that we are permitting to violate, because that would usually be a concert or something like that, which
Yeah.
would obviously be a violation of the standard code.
That
But
will
not-
leave concerts out.
Yes, but not long-term tenants,
Long-term tenants.
lessees, et cetera, running an establishment that should follow the same rules as anyone else in the city.
Okay.
Mr. Mimoun, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Somehow the conversation got to noise instead of the actual financial terms which we were meant to come here for. I've got to believe that these residents, they're no longer in an obstructionist position to stop your project like they may have been 3-4 years ago, and when you all got to the table and figured things out. At this point, their only goal seems to be their quality of life. So I don't believe they would be making this up.
So I don't think anybody's making anything up. I think there's a lot of inaccuracies, which I'd like to set the record straight if possible.
Yes.
Where's Brian?
On his way. He would not miss seeing you and talking to you.
You're missing, man. I was wondering if he was trying to save
Thank you.
another $1 million or so.
Thank you. So to address this, first of all, at the commissioner's behest, we did order and we did conduct another noise study on this. It was done in February. I have copies for other commissioners if you want it. I have a summary and I have the whole deck here if you want. They came and they visited the site both February 5 and 6 and February 12 and 13, which are Friday, Saturday both, from 3 p.m. all the way up to 11 p.m. and monitored noise. The findings were, this is I think to the crux of it, that, and I'll read it, as observed, the facility at the Beach Club provides negligible noise issues under the weather conditions as observed. Noise levels from the operation are and meet state and local limits for an increase in ambient sound levels as observed. Basically, they're saying that, and I have the readings if you want, I can forward them to all the commissioners as well. No, that's the old one. I have a new one from February of this year. Because to the point that the residents were saying that we had an old one, we updated it with a new company, another company, and we got a new one. Basically, the ambient noise at any time from Venetian is between 75 and 104. And I have basically here, which I can share with everybody, the averages. And that's from the ambient noise. It goes from airplanes above, traffic, boats, bike, wind, work, across the bridge where they're building the 195 all over again. And that's reading decibels from 92 all the way to 104. So the city ordinance that we are trying to comply with, which is 65 at Gioia, emanating to the Venetian, we could be at 40 and they'll still have readings of over 75. So I want to set the record straight, first of all. And again, I have copies and I can share it via Dropbox with other commissioners. That was the first point. I also have, like all of our residents, videos that we captured of boats. Passing boats would be easy. They make the noise for a couple of seconds and they leave. I have this study captured some of those boats, and when they pass and leave, the noise is over 105 decibels because they're not even 200 feet from the Venetian. But we have boats that are actually anchoring there, which was brought up in the previous commission here. They say boats are standing there for hours and hours and hours. We don't control the boats. We made it very clear also to the commissioners, we have no way of doing that. It's not even for the city to police. This is something that the city has to work out with the state because it's a public waterway.
Just a moment, Mr. Mimoun. Madam City Attorney, what ability do we have to enforce our noise ordinance on vessels in the waterway?
Our noise ordinance, I don't think we can enforce unless they're, attached to our properties or attached to private properties, that they're somehow right next to it. If they're just passing by in the waterways, I think we need to do a little more research on that one.
Just in time, Chief Acevedo and Chief Morales, if you could help us out here. We're looking for guidance on the law with regard to our ability to enforce noise infractions on the waterway.
Good afternoon. Manny Morales, Assistant Chief Field Operations. We kind of shifted our strategy, and what we use is the civil citation under the county ordinance. I don't know the number right now, but I believe it's 31-38, which is if the music is audible from the boat at a certain decibel level, we can cite them. So we've purchased those decibel levels, the meters, and we've used them just to give you an idea of our enforcement just in that stretch of water.
The county ordinance is specific to boats?
Yes, that specific one is noises from a vessel.
Why does the county have jurisdiction there and we do not?
The county has, their laws are applicable everywhere in the county, so we fall within, so we just piggyback on theirs because it's easier, and it's a civil citation, which they manage the program. It's just a matter of ease for us to use that program.
What's the violation? What's the citation?
It's $100.
$100
Civil
citation.
citation.
And this is for anyone just making too much noise on their boat?
Correct. If it's a flagrant violator that we've dealt with before, we do have the option to go under the city noise ordinance, and it's arrestable.
Got it. Have you done this enforcement between Joya and the Venetian?
Absolutely, that's one of our busiest areas, second only to the Marine Stadium Basin. And just to give you some stats from Marine Patrol, just in that stretch this year, 36 arrests, 466 infractions, 740 boat stops, 13 loud music citations, 138 manatee citations, that's close to your heart, environmental enforcement there. 42 reports, and we've responded to 30 disturbances involving vessels in the water.
That's tremendous. So from where to where? That's physical.
I don't know the physicalities of it, but it's that stretch that's between Watson and Venetian because of the result of the complaints that we've received, and I know that there's some discussion between the operators and the residents where the music is emanating from, where the disturbances are emanating from.
Got it. Okay, so you are enforcing noise on
Absolutely.
boats in that area.
Absolutely.
And you have that ability.
Absolutely. And I know that Commander Reguera, which is our downtown commander, has been working with what I know he has identified as the main complainant. The name escapes me right now. And with the management of Jungle Island to make sure that we come to some sort of amicable accord where the operator is being forthcoming in their efforts to control the music, and that the disturbances are being called for something that it is valid reason for the officers to be able to respond, and not just the ambient combination of the music.
Yes, Chief.
Hey, Commissioner, I'd like to explore with Miami Beach and the Dade County to come up with a joint enforcement agreement, and we're going to have to look through the state to see if we can actually get an enforcement MOU where we shouldn't be worried about what jurisdiction it is in the bodies of water in the immediate area, in our, I could call it our metropolitan area. So when Dade County is in our water, they can cite somebody. If we're in their water, they can cite somebody. Miami Beach can cite somebody. Because there's quite a few departments, more than 3, is my recollection when I went out with Marine Patrol. We're also going to add 4 more bodies and a sergeant, I think, Chief, that we did, October 1, to increase the unit. So we're making progress, but obviously it's just not enough yet. But that's one of the things that we're working. We had a meeting about 10 days ago where we talked about that concept of operation, and we're still looking into it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
since I have the chief up here, both chiefs, I don't know who could answer the question for me, but what Marine Patrol presence does the city of Miami have in the Miami River, in the city of Miami parts of the river, from the mouth to further inland?
They have gone, Commissioner, all the way in and patrolled that. But the majority of our complaints recently have been more away from the river, and we're really becoming complaint-driven. Remember, about a month and a half ago, I got a call, I think it was from you, Commissioner Russell, Chairman Russell, Vice Chairman Russell, it was a sign or a music boat going up and down, and our folks actually found it and cited it. So it's going to be really important for us, for our community. We can get from one point to the other pretty quickly, but to actually be our eyes and ears so we can respond right away. I would also like to, if I could, real quick, Commissioner, I would also like to look at at a way for our folks to communicate directly with our Marine unit. So when the violation's happening, we can start moving quickly to wherever it's occurring.
Well, do we have enough boats that we could put a permanent unit within the Miami River, which is a big chunk that we have patrolling it, and that would cover the area of in front of Bayfront Park, Foray Park, and the islands that we have and all the way to Brickell, that would cover that whole area?
My personal opinion, having been out there with our unit, we don't currently have a large enough unit to effectively patrol all of. That's why we could get an MOU while we get ready to add more bodies. It would be very helpful.
Do we have the boats if we had the bodies?
We have 8 boats right now, so we do have boats, we just don't have enough crews.
All right, so can you give me the cost for the additional bodies that you need so that we could get you the money for this coming budget?
Well, we'd be happy to.
And
Yeah.
if you could also add up for me, how many motorcycles we're truly up to from the ones that we had approved that I made a motion for the last meeting, and how many do you really think we should have? And if it's not enough, then I'm going to add a few more on whatever you give me, because I'd like to put more motorcycles out, which means we're going to have to hire more people. It's a major need, and we don't have enough of them.
Commissioner, I believe that right now, we have about 28, give or take, motormen in our department. I believe personally that we lost a little bit of our synergy when we broke them up into the nets, because traffic enforcement really needs to be data-driven, complaint-driven. And you have to do what's called wolf packing, which is you got to have so I think you're going to see enforcement go up, but traffic enforcement is lacking, not just here in Miami, but this entire South Florida. People think this is a Mad Max movie.
You're
For the Fast and the
correct,
Furious.
sir. Those are the kind of recommendations that you need to bring to us.
Yes, sir.
If we made a wrong decision up here by breaking them up in the districts, then you should tell us. But in the meantime, if you could figure out how many more would really help, that it's feasibly, financially feasibly, for the city to be able to put on for next budget.
Thank you. And if there is a need for more Marine Patrol boats, my understanding, and I spoke with you about this earlier, is that Find can actually help us pay for those, and we can help you find the match. I don't know if that goes toward manpower as well. I doubt it. I imagine Find is only willing to pay for material, for capital.
We'll do that assessment, Vice Chairman, and we'll get back to
And
you.
that's the same thing I was saying about the road safety issue.
Yes.
There are some things we can do, but we don't know it. Because not only if boating is a problem, it's the same thing with these fake sports cars. That's the problem. And just having a guy takes him or her away from what you need. So, and we all have roads. Maybe it's not so much because Biscayne is self-contained, but we have roads and arteries that people just outright speeding.
Oh, it's
You know,
yeah.
it's-
South Florida and Miami's part of that. Just like we're probably one of the only big city departments without a full-time DUI unit. Houston, 2 weekends ago, their DUI unit arrested 90 drunk drivers in 1 weekend in Houston. And here, when we looked at the data in June, through June, we had 30 for the year. One of the things I would like to consider as we look at the motors is to have a squad that works later into the evening, into their, and past midnight to potentially do some of that DUI enforcement, some of that speeding enforcement.
No, I call a commander Saturday morning, 3 young people killed themselves speeding, smashed 36th Street, 12th Avenue.
Now, at which time?
It was like 6 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah,
5 o'clock in the morning.
And a lot of that is people that have been out drinking all night long. They get in the car, and I can tell you that the autopsy, without even reading it, if we come back, I almost guarantee you that alcohol would be involved in the causative factor.
And not just the alcohol, Chief, a few other little stimulants that they take besides the alcohol.
Oh, yes, sir, yeah.
Thank you. Please don't go far. The subject at hand is the outdoor music at outdoor venues, and specifically on city properties, which makes it a little more complicated. So we're not trying to be a buzzkill to entertainment venues that are providing a nice service to people who want to enjoy them. We are also trying to protect the quality of life of our residents. And you're not the only establishment that's having this problem. I'm having the same problem on the Miami River, where I've got an establishment owner who is trying to be cooperative and compliant, yet still keeping people up at night with a thumping bass. And so this endless war puts our police and our code and obviously our administration and political body in the middle of this as a referee. And we would love to find what is that magic volume that allows you to have customers still come. But I think the bottom line is we can't have outdoor nightclubs in residential neighborhoods.
That's right.
I mean, this is something you've been very big on for a long time.
I have.
Lounge, yes. Ambient music, enjoyable listening, yes. But when it becomes what would have thumping bass that travels, you know, a quarter mile, that's where it's just going to be untenable.
See, you made my day, Commissioner, because imagine that people that live across the waterway are hearing this and it's bothering them, and I believe it too. Imagine what was happening in District 3 when right behind the building that you live, residential, you got illegal music in a place that we never had warned it, that should never have had any music, nor food, nor alcohol, that they were serving for 6 years, and nobody saw anything. You know, nobody saw anything. Besides not having permits or fire sprinklers that nobody saw, and you're living behind this place, and this is going on until 3 in the morning. This is not across the waterway. This is right, you know, right behind. And you made my point, but, you know, I'm that guy, that bad guy. I'm targeting. I'm this. I'm that. But you know what? The damn people in District 3 have spoken up in every poll that they took, and they support me because these are the some guns that don't care. They just want to make their money on liquor, not giving a hoot what happens to the residents of Miami. And they're constantly looking for new territory that's cheap, that they can come and grab, put up these clubs, sell the drinks for $20 a shot, and they laugh their way to the bank, you know, every Monday when they reap all they get. And, you know, I'm glad that we're speaking up more and more, each and every one of us, throughout our districts. Because frankly, mine is one of the ones that has the least amount of bars or nightclubs, and we're standing up for the residents.
I don't believe it's all or nothing, though. I agree with you. I just don't believe it's all or nothing. I really do believe you provide a service that people enjoy, but you have bigger fish to fry. This shouldn't be your problem right now. Between the financial issue, building a hotel, having a successful theme park, like we should be past this noise issue by now. I don't know what to do.
To be honest, I don't think we will ever be past this issue. I have it now theoretical science that the ambient average dB in that area, because of everything around it, hovers between 70 to 100, regardless of if joy even exists. So we have to take that into account. Number two, the study also shows that because you're on a body of water, depending on the wind, if the wind is over 10 miles an hour, it'll actually increase it. So I could be at 30 and they'll hear 45. So this is science that I don't control. I don't control the physicality that Joya Beach is on the body of water, and they decided to live in the Venetian, which is on a body of water. Those are elements that I can't help. Even if I put the music at 5 decibels, depending on the right weather with the right wind, they'll hear it at 25. And there's nothing I can do about it. What we are doing, though, to their point again in more conversations, I mean, Morton was here, but Misha and Morton are almost on a weekly basis in conversations, either emails or phone calls. And after doing this study, we implemented and we did install a new sound system. And this new sound system basically built a perimeter of speakers, and all of them are facing into that one radius of perimeter. And the idea would be if the noise level is X in the perimeter, once you get out of the perimeter, it's X minus, and the minus increases as far as you go along. So we are implementing it. It's now being calibrated with the technicians. I will have his report when he finishes, again, with the decibels and everything, which I am more than happy to share, like I shared everything else. But there is so much we can do at one point that you could come up with your little radio system, and with the right wind, they'll hear it. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Well,
I mean, they can hear people talking.
Eli, you might not
That's
be able
right.
to do anything about it, but we can.
Eli, I want to ask you something. There is, the main complaint was because the bass was too high. The bass was too high. And I know there are certain rhythms that they need a lot of bass, and that's what get people jumping up and down. But if you can reduce the bass or point it some other place, or try to maintain it, and just lower it up a little bit and see what happens.
As I just said, correct, yes, absolutely. This new system that is now installed and that they're collaborating is going to answer that question as well. So we are working towards it. It's not a solution from today to tomorrow. It's more a lot of error and trial and error, and it depends again. The biggest thing that depends here is the wind and the weather. It's funny enough to say, but this is your biggest one. It could literally be a magnifying.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Just a quick question. The system you just referred to, as you step back, it goes down. How long has that been in place?
We just installed it less than 3 weeks ago, and they're now just adjusting the whole system.
Yeah, okay.
I'd love to come by and check it out.
Please.
Yeah.
Any one of the commissioners are always invited, of course.
You can
And
go
by the
check
way-
it out and have dinner over there.
Sounds good. So yeah, I really believe my residents. I don't believe they're going to come here and sit for 6 hours just to give you a hard time. They're taking a lot of their time and writing and calling and the police and everything. So it's not just the ambient, baseline level. The complaints come in when you all are open and when the music is on. So the thing you can't control the weather and the wind, but you can control your volume.
100%.
Yeah. And so I think you're in a, like I said, you need to make this problem go away so you can deal with the bigger problems that you have.
Yes.
That we can.
I agree.
We want you to be successful as a we're in this
I
with you.
agree. 100% I agree.
So
And
we
we're
need
working
your help
towards
on
that.
this. Because otherwise, like Commissioner Croya said, we got to go the nuclear option. I don't want to shut down Joya. I don't want to take away the CU and find a way to, fight over this.
Understood.
I really think that you can comply. So let's look to the financials. Thank you, Chief. I think we're good.
Hey, Commissioner, may I point one thing out real quick? Because motors kept coming up in traffic enforcement. Right before the protest started, we had our first, now that they're centralized, Saturday, July 10th, motor unit did an operation. 402 vehicles were stopped, 465 tickets were issued, citations, 2 DUI arrests, 1 felony arrest, and 1 warrant arrest. So that's what happens when you can centralize motors and you work them together. You really have, I guarantee you, if you go back when they were decentralized, you're not going to find this kind of activity, and I think that's going to be good.
Chief, you ought to go back a little bit into the city's history and find the last time where they had a heck of a DUI team, what years it was.
We're on it, trust me, Commissioner.
But go back
Yeah.
and see the last time we had a heck of a DUI team and how it was put together. I knew the mayor at the time.
Yeah, am I looking at him?
You are.
We'll get it done.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so where are we going on the financials with Jungle Island?
Well, here is where we're going.
And your
At least
friend
from-
rises.
At least from my side. Oh, Brian got up.
Who is here?
Brian got up. Gentlemen, I got a couple of little problems. One is that they're crying that they need some $5+ million for us to give them in breaks, after I don't know how many breaks we have given them. But they seem to have enough money to have bought some properties. 5025, 5085, West Park Boulevard in Plano, Texas. About 150,000 square foot building. You know anything about that, Eli?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
ESJ is a fund manager, has
Excuse me?
nothing, our company is an asset manager, and we have several funds. And the fund that bought the property in Texas that you're referring to has nothing to do with Jungle Island.
Okay,
Two
so
distinct funds,
they have
two
nothing-
distinct
they have
pockets.
nothing to do-
One
that's
thing,
just-
that I'm one of the members of the management company. That's
Okay.
it.
So why can't we do business with your fund that has money instead of you doing business with us with a fund that doesn't have money?
I don't even know how to begin to answer that, sir.
Okay, well, secondly of all, your own audit financials, this is your audit financials, state that your viability to pay us the reduced rate of almost $5+ million less is not so hot within the year that you want to be able to pay us. That according to your own financial audit reports, you might not make it through the year before you could pay us those $8 million and save millions more that we're going to discount for you. So to begin with, if you're going to give this guy a gift of millions that will be discounted, that I'm not in favor of, he should have to pay it within 30 days at least. We're waiting a year based on his own financials. He might not be able to pay it.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you or Mr. Casamayor have recommendations on this item? This is a proposal from.
Before you
an
do that,
applicant,
if I can, Chair, with all due respect, can I get the new Dream Director to come up in, ma'am?
Hello, sir. Hello, commissioners.
Your name for the record, please?
My name's Suzanne Hollander.
Director of Real Estate Asset Management.
Yes. Ma'am, have you gone through their consolidated financial statements that we have from them? And
Yes,
can you tell us what they really say? In case I might have misread something.
Right, I can read you. They were provided to our office in July, and the letter from their certified public accountant, MBAF, it's dated March, let me see, 12th, 2021, and it's for it was for the year, it was consolidated financial statements for the year ending December 31, 2019 and 2018. And it had at the bottom of page 3, and I'm just reading it from what it says. It says, emphasis of matter, substantial doubt about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. And then it says, the accompanying consolidated financial statements have been prepared assuming the company will continue as a going concern, as reflected in the accompanying consolidated financial statements. The company generated a net loss of approximately $8,862,000 and $5,533,000 during the years ended December 31st, 2019 and 2018, respectively, and had a net working capital deficiency of approximately $21 million and $6,396,000 as of December 31st, 2019 and 2018, respectively. Most of the working capital deficit is attributable to loan defaults as described in Note 7. Management plans to renegotiate the total loans and obligations with its current lenders. In the event the company is unable to renegotiate these loans, it will have to obtain alternative financing or advances from ESJJILP, the company's parent, to meet its obligations in the normal course. However, it is also uncertain whether the company's parent can provide the company with alternate financing. These factors and uncertainties raise substantial doubt about its ability to continue as a going concern. Management's plans regarding these matters are further described in Note 1. The consolidated financial statements do not include any adjustments that might result from the outcome of this uncertainty. Our report is not modified with respect to this matter.
You are the top person in management in the city for us that can best advise us on these or any deals that the city enters into. Based upon what you have just read to us, can you recommend to us to enter into these additional concessions for millions of dollars to them based upon that we're going to be paid the lesser money within a year?
If it were paid faster, that would be good. That would give more confidence.
Would you feel the 30 days is reasonable time if they have that money there?
Sure.
I mean, he has access to firms that can invest in a 150,000 square foot building in Texas, which is not cheap. Well, secondly of all, based on what they've given you that you read, do you think that we should be concerned that of their ability to pay us the lesser sum in 12 months from now?
What I read was from their accountants, and their accountants expressed the concern. So although I'm not an accountant, that's the audited concern from an accountant.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions, Chair,
Yeah.
or anybody else?
Yes, I do. And this is for you, Madam City Attorney. When do you get, because I like to be informed also. I see you bring in the financial statement and all of that. Why didn't all of us receive a copy of it?
I just got it right now.
Yes, but I didn't. I mean, I don't have anything against you, what you're saying or anything. I just want to know why, if you had it, why wasn't everyone in this stage provided with the same financial statement? Because I know how to read financial statement myself too.
I just received it today. That's why I passed you the little note about
No, but
the
you
issue.
pass me a note, would you pass it?
The commissioner asked me for it, so
Okay.
then I printed it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, when you
Everybody
receive,
gets-
that everybody gets it, because I think everybody in these days is capable of reading a financial statement. Okay?
Understood.
All right.
That's a fair question. She got it today, though.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I understand.
You know what I mean.
Look, you have every right to ask the question that you did, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's nothing that, it's not a matter of preference or anything. It is a matter of being, everybody being informed, because right now, from what you said, I don't know what the hell was going on. You see? I cannot make my mind, and based on what you just said, which I understood just half of it, because with the mask, I don't understand so much. But, that's right. And it's not because of my age that I cannot hear. I have very good hearing, okay?
So
And I don't hear with an accent either.
By the way,
Our office just
the
received
doctors say that that's the last thing that goes in the human, the hearing.
That's right. That's what I say. So, I want to hear from the city manager, and what you just said, and if I understood that you agree with this deal.
I read something that was written by the auditors, so that wasn't any of
But
my opinion.
which auditors? The one that did the financial statement?
Yes,
Okay.
the auditors that did it.
Okay, to make this thing very clear.
Right.
You're saying that they have, just in plain English, they have enough money to increase what they're going to pay, the first payment, which is $8.5 million by August 1st. That's what you said?
No,
And then,
that's not what I said.
but that's probably, if you were referring to a financial statement, you see, and you're using that as a base, it has to be for something. You see, if you use it as a base, you have to say, okay, according to this financial statement, I consider that instead of blah, 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 8.5, it should be 9 or 10, whatever, you see. But right now, I'm kind of confused.
I read it because Commissioner Carollo asked me to read it.
Okay.
So that's how it came to
But
be
I
read.
want to go to the bottom of this, because I want to make a decision one way or the other. What I want to say, I want to make a decision. Are we going to accept this, or we are not? But we cannot go back and forth, you see, saying, now I need 9 million, 10 million. This is going on, and the more the time that passes by, the bigger the reduction that we are going. It is the opportunity cost that was it was being referred this. If the longer that takes, this development takes to to finalize, the less money that we are receiving. Because it has a cost. What I want to go, if we are going to allow them to go on with this project, let's make a decision. If not, we just.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does the management have a recommendation on RE4, whether it's from any department?
So actually, the audited financial statements actually, I think, give credence to the idea of taking as much money up front and as soon as you can, rather than kicking that debt obligation down the road.
That's what I think.
So in this proposal, obviously, we're accelerating the payment of what's owed in terms of debt. We are making some concessions, but we're accelerating it at a much faster rate than we would have gotten if it would have been paid over time. That was the purpose behind this. If the financial statements, as Ms. Hollander read out, are any indication, then I would certainly think there's more incentive to get as much money sooner,
yes,
right, rather than later.
But what you're newly hired, you hired her, you believed in her, you picked her out of everyone. Director of Dream has stated that she will feel comfortable and basically advise us that if we're going to do this deal, that we get our money within 30 days or so, not for a full year. Because based on their own financials, we might not get it if we wait a full year. And that's where I'm heading, that if my colleagues, which look, I could read tea leaves as good as or better than most people. My colleagues are heading this way to do this, then I don't want to be having these characters coming up here every 6 months, asking for more and more and more, because frankly, I can't take, the alligator tears anymore. If this deal's going to be done, then we need to get our money quickly.
Yes.
Not in a year's time.
Yes, and I have a question, and I haven't finished with my, what I was saying. As I read here, the $8.5 million, it will be by August 22.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How can you expedite that?
We cannot expedite that, sir.
So it have to be within a year?
1 year.
It's
Yes,
going to
sir.
be 12 months for you?
Yes, sir.
Well, we just had a big discussion here today. Here he is. That's good. I'm glad he's back. About RFPs and so on and everything. Well, this has become a project, not of what was founded originally by Bern Levine, of a real tourist attraction with animals and so on, the kind of project of a hotel. I don't know where the animals went, but, the bulk of the animals that I remember, even
There's some animals there. There's still animals.
Even the orangutan that.
No. We made an agreement before it went to ballot that the orangutans went to a beautiful sanctuary northwest of Lake Okeechobee.
That was a request. That was a
I
request.
was supposed to move it.
Another fulfilled
They are
request.
so happy. I went and visited them
They
this
are.
past year. They are very happy.
Yeah, well, I wasn't around for that agreement.
You were?
I don't think. But
Trust me,
anyway.
my wife's a veterinarian. If I hadn't cast that agreement, I'd be in a cage somewhere. So I'm very thankful for that. I really appreciate
Well,
that.
I'm glad we pleased
The orangutans are happy.
your wife. But bottom line is, this has become a hotel project. You know how many people would stand in line to be able to build a hotel there?
There was always
We
a
never-
hotel in
we
the
never-
lease.
we
There
never
was a
will
hotel in
know.
the lease.
Unlike what we discussed this morning that went through 2 RFPs, we had numerous companies that told us what we should receive and what we were being offering, what has been offered to us rather, has been more than the expert said. It was the minimum that we should receive. Here, none of that has happened.
Not true.
And we have no idea what we really should receive for the hotel. But what I'm hearing is that they want millions of dollars to be discounted. But on top of that, we got to wait over a year to get paid, and their financials say that, they're in jeopardy. Their financials, audited financials, that they might not be able to pay. On top of that, how much is it that in the lawsuit that Bern Levine filed against you guys, does he claim that you owe him?
He's claiming that the hotel permits are taking too long and the city is not moving fast enough.
Okay, but what is he claiming in dollars that was owed to him?
5.
Whether that happens or not.
$5 million.
he needs to be paid.
$5 million.
Okay, so,
Which he would lose if he doesn't get that, if the hotel's not built.
excuse me?
Which he would lose if the hotel doesn't get built. That was the contingency.
That's correct. But you're promising to pay down the debt and get millions in discount by being able to build a hotel. So you're
But
going to
we're paying down the debt anyway.
You're going to owe Bern $5 million.
That was always part of the deal.
Yeah, then that's why I'm
Once
bringing
the
it up.
hotel gets built.
That's why I'm bringing it up to remind you guys. So
Thank you.
now there's another $5 million that they're going to have to pay And I don't know how this ends up in a court of law. It might be sooner than later. So they might have even less money to pay us 12 months from now if Burnley Buying goes to court and he wins, so they got to pay him now, not later. But they got to pay him regardless. So they've even made my case further of what I'm saying here and what the auditor reports that they gave, their own auditor reports are indicating. So what I am saying is, gentlemen, if you want to go this road to give them all these millions of dollars in discount, at least, I'm not in favor of it, but at least get them to pay what they're claiming that is the reason that we should give them all these discounts now, not over a year from now.
Okay,
Mr.
let me ask
Or
you.
they might not be able to pay it,
A
and
quick
they'll be
question
back
for the
here again.
manager.
Yes.
Just a quick question for the manager or for the director. So the amount they're willing to bring us earlier, up front, do you believe that it outweighs the concessions that we would be granting them? Is this a good deal for us in its current format, not including the timing improvement that Commissioner Corio is recommending?
Yeah, I certainly supported it, in part because it accelerates the upfront payment. The concessions that we've given them also are offset by the breakpoints being lowered. So our ability to get gross revenue share also happens at an earlier breakpoint in terms of the gross revenue, so that has to get factored in as well.
Why would you?
How many millions are they getting in discount? What's the real figure, the real amount that we're getting them up the hook and paying?
Is this a debt that they're assuming?
Don't matter.
No,
they knew where they were
no.
getting into.
You don't know where I'm heading.
Okay.
It's this a debt that they're assuming? Mr. Chair? Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Manager, is this a debt that they're assuming?
Is which a debt that they're assuming?
They're assuming a debt of about $13 million or something like that, right?
Yes, from the previous,
From the
That
previous.
debt already exists. That's an existing debt.
That's an
That's
existing.
owed to us right now.
Now, my question is the following. If we throw this out of the, we said, we're not going to do anything. We're going to go into an RFP and we're going to get somebody else. That debt is erased. We'll never get to see that money.
Well, it doesn't.
Unless we place that in our RFP.
No. Here's what happens. So if this deal is not, it's not entertained, the commission votes it down, we're just stuck with the existing debt sitting there, paid and doable when it's due as per the existing agreement. What happens is the existing agreement just stays in place.
The certain agreement.
Yeah, so the money would be owed to us, but it's owed to us over time.
Okay. And this way, we are going to get part of the debt paid, with a discount of a couple of $1 million, okay? Part of the debt paid, and it will also expedite the development, because what I want to see is the development, if it's going to take place, to take place. You see? That's what I want. Or we start all over again, or what is the alternative? What alternative do we have, Mr. Manager?
They're not in default, so we don't have the ability to just terminate the lease.
Okay.
So what happens, the reason this was proposed was for purposes of, one, they are offering us an accelerated payment to get a discount, right? We negotiated further, right, the reduction in terms of the breakpoints to add value to the lease later on, right?
Okay.
Once that revenue was stabilized. That was part of what was negotiated. They proffered it as a means to have a break point or discount on the overall debt number, which is what the commissioner is referencing. In the end, they could pull this offer, or the commission could decide, hey, we don't want to entertain these amendments, and we operate by the existing lease.
And if we operate by the existing lease, how much are we going to be receiving?
Well, the $15 million gets paid, but over
13.8 million over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Correct.
Just by accelerating this payment, we are giving a discount of 2.5.
2.5, right?
Yeah.
2.5. Okay, that is something that have to be considered. But anyways, they will have to pay the 13 million or 50 million within 15 years, right?
10 years.
10 years.
10 years.
It's a 10-year debt.
Well, it's our decision. Did we get this now? You see, did we get this now? Or we get it with a discount, or we get the full amount in 10 years. It's very easy. It's very easy. Do we get the debt pay, which is with the discount now immediately, or with the discount of 2 million, or we get the full amount in 10 years or 15 years, whatever. It's easy.
Right, so the administration's recommended is to take the bird in the hand.
That's right.
The question is, are you able to accelerate any of that initial payment, as Commissioner Carollo is asking?
I agree with.
And if not, why not?
All I want to say is that the administration did a great job in negotiating this, and we've really reached our max on this, on the timing. We are looking, of course, to get financing for the hotel. That's part of this package of how we're going to pay for this $8.5 million. That was increased from 8. So thank you again.
That's why we are government. So guys like this could come and rate the residents of Miami through our government body. And I spoke my mind. I believe once the vote is taken to accept this, that it should be done only if they're going to accelerate that payment at a quick gap where there's 30 days, which I think should be 60 or 90, but it shouldn't go more than 90. And if you think this is the last we've heard of these guys coming up here crying,
No.
it's not, I guarantee you. And you mark my words, whoever is left here behind, they'll be back. They will be back. It's been like this for some time.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, the thing is that I agree with you that the worst business, piece of people is government. Yes, but the truth of the matter is that we are in decline. That's why being all along, I've been very reticent of getting into contracts without doing it through a process that we should go. You see, where we can get.
You're right. You're right.
You see, but now, what can we do? We cannot evict them because they are not default.
No.
Okay, it's only 2 things.
And they won't be in default because they got a heck of a deal.
Oh, that's right. And
They
we'll
won't
try
be
to
in
keep it.
default.
They're gonna try to
Even
keep
if we say
Now,
no to them today,
what we have-
they will not be in default.
What I think we should do is, we are not going to give more concessions. You see, what other concessions can we give?
Yeah.
You see?
I thought that's what we did the last time they came, and we worked it out with them not that long ago, maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago. But look, I'm just recommending to you
That
guys
was the zoning approval.
that
No,
if you're going to accept this, you should consider throwing the gauntlet that they got to pay it within 30, within 60, within 90 days. And,
no longer than 6 months.
If they can't do it then
No
I think
longer
that
than
should
6
tell you
months.
something.
So-
I haven't heard where they're going to pay. What they did confirm, that sooner or later, they got to pay Bern Levine $5 million. And it's going to be sooner because he sued them. So I don't even know where that $5 million is coming from. I haven't heard that.
Well, I want to see my 8 million here soon.
Well, but
Before
it's-
the other guy takes it.
Yeah, but Bern Levine is ahead of us right now because he's the one that sued.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there a recommended amendment on the item? Because I'm hearing some consensus around trying to accelerate the payment.
I don't know, man. 6 months will be enough?
We cannot do it. It has to be 1 year. We pay, just so we all understand, under the proposal, within 60 days, we pay $852,000. That was deferred rent. And then we pay by August 1, 2022, the $8 million.
Does anybody in the audience have a violin? I'd like to play it at this point. What?
So I don't see this as a concession if the administration is telling us getting the money up front is an advantage to us, right? It's not just a giveaway. It's a
Listen,
trade-off. It's a
listen,
mutually beneficial
listen.
trade-off.
With all respect to Noriega, he's a nice guy, he's a manager, but he ran a department with meter maids and didn't make that many big deals, with all due respect. You know, and that deal on the big building there, downtown, whatever, you know, I've been given the numbers lately, it wasn't the best Swifty deal. So, you know, this really needs to be looked at a little deeper. This woman was brought in to deal with all her assets. She just came in, she's fresh, she's got no beef with anybody. She doesn't know anybody. She's just coming to do the job that she was hired to do. And she gave a very precise, clear-cut statement that was based on their own audited statements that they have provided the city. Now, they think they got the votes here. You know, they got a slam dunk. Of course they're going to tell you, oh, we can't pay. But then some of the other companies that they run, it's a shell game. You put money here, you take from there. They could buy a 150,000 square foot building in Texas. And I still don't know how Bernard Fine is going to get his $5 million paid. But somehow, I think he's going to get it before our $8 million.
That's why I want to get my 8.5.
That's why you want to get ours. So
We're gonna be without it. And, but what I would really love for you to sell it whatever you can, but pay as fast as you can.
Well,
if we could, we would, Commissioner, and, you know, we take the request seriously. It's just not possible.
So the way this would work legislatively, this would be an amendment that Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Corey are recommending, accelerating it to 6 months, that would have to be accepted by the mover and the seconder, which would authorize the manager to negotiate, but if you guys can't do it, you just drop out and it goes back to the default.
Absolutely, yes.
Brian, are you getting paid now, or are they going to pay you a year from now?
I get paid on a monthly basis.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner.
All right. Thank you for being straight on that one.
So, Commissioner Reyes, you want to make the amendment to move it to 6 months, which would make it or kill it, I don't know. That's up to them on whether they're going to accept it or not.
If they don't accept it, I mean,
Then you want to go back to the regular schedule.
we only have two alternatives,
Well, we're making a third here.
okay?
So we have two alternatives, status quo or take the deal that's offered to us.
Or take 850, I mean, and that is, I mean, in every kind of business, you see, there is always discounts when you're paying, and debts are always, that you have always a discount. I don't know, and Commissioner Carollo has a point that we have another competitor that is going to ask him $5 million, and what's going to happen if they lose $5 million?
Right.
You see, and I think that we can use those $8.5 million and get the rest and try to, finalize this once and for all. And if we don't, if it's the will of the commission not to accept this deal and go back to a regular payment schedule for 10 years, let's do it.
And they're going to keep it too, because they got a great deal.
All right, so this side of the dais says we should amend it to try to get the money 6 months sooner. How does this side of the dais feel? Because we either pass it as it is and they don't accept it and it dies and we go back to default.
That's it.
Or we take we either take the amendment, which may or may not kill it in their negotiations, or we pass it as is, which is a deal on the table that we know they'll take.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want there to be any mistake. If there's a 6-month provision, it's not going to be accepted by Jungle Island. So if you want to take that vote, but the $8 million payment would be August 1, 2022. That's all we can accept. We can accept the deal that's on the table, or we can go back to the original deal.
So Commissioner Reyes, is the 12-month to 6-month issue a deal breaker for you on this resolution?
You know, personally, I think that it should be accelerated. I know that they're going to be crying and they're saying no, but that is the deal that they proposed. That was the deal that the administration accepted. I'd rather have the $8.5 million. Now, let's place a penalty on it if they don't pay by August 1st, 2000.
That's the 12-month.
That's a 12-month, then they will have to pay the whole thing.
We would be in default if we don't make the payment by August 1st,
Absolutely.
2000.
They will be in default. Then if they are in default, then what we can do? We can get them out of there and start the process.
I'm biting my tongue, it hurts, so that I won't say anything else.
Let's say it, man.
Yes, well, look,
Speak up your mind. You never hold your punches.
To me,
Neither may I.
it is just unreal that individuals that have no bargaining chip are going to come up here and be dictating to us that it's got to be when we're telling you.
Well,
Now, let me ask you this, Eli. You know, you're going to tell me that if this is not approved today, you're going to go in default?
No, we're not in default. We'll just
No,
take the
you're not in
10-year
default
plan.
now, but you're telling me that you will go into default in the future if we don't approve this today?
No, sir, I am not telling you I'll go in default. I'm telling you I'll keep the 10-year plan. That's all.
What he's saying is if we set this 12-month and he misses the 12-month, he will be in default.
Oh, yes, of course.
So he's telling us, in his own words, that if we don't approve this, he's not going to be in default. That's what he's saying. And I believe him, by the way. I believe him because he's got a sweetheart deal. So if he's not going to be in default, why are we giving him an additional sweetheart deal in discounting this drastically?
So I'll let the
I don't
manager
understand
answer
that.
that because their advice is to take the greater payment now rather than letting the schedule play itself out. Why
Yeah,
do you recommend
I just, you answered it. I mean, it's what I said earlier. In my opinion, and in, obviously working with staff, I feel accelerating the payment and getting money quicker and sooner, right, has a lot of value to us.
Why? Because you told me, and your staff told me, that they could default, so at least we have this money now. But you just heard him stating on the record, they're not going to be in default, and he felt pretty, comfortable in saying that.
Well, they're not currently in default. I think
I
the
know
risk,
that,
the
but
risk.
he's talking about the future,
Yeah.
which is what I asked him. We know he's not in default now.
I think the risk is that they have difficulty getting financing, right? They don't end up getting a hotel, and the $13.8 million that's owed to us now, right, will never get paid.
Well, hold on. You say we'll never get paid. We pay those dollars every year, correct?
You mean the payment back to us is it's on a payment plan, correct?
So it's not like if it's up front that we will be losing that. So where I'm going to is that they again have stated that they're not going to be in default. So why are we using the default that they could go under it so we give them an additional sweetheart deal?
Because you said it yourself, Commissioner, and it was stated also by Suzanne in reading out the financial statement, right, the audited financial statement, that if there's any concern over their financial viability, right, then you should be more incentivized to take as much money
But
sooner.
Then again, you can't have it both ways, Mr. Manager. Then you go back to my other statement that we should not then wait a year, actually over a year, to get paid. That we should get paid quicker. So which is it?
But,
I mean, 'cause you can't have it both ways, and obviously you're giving it both ways.
No, I'm not giving them both ways.
they have adamantly stated they're not going to accelerate the 12 months. So we have two options, right? If they're not willing to accept an accelerated payment, then we leave the deal the way it is now and just take the risk that hopefully that debt will be repaid over a 10-year period and that they're a very successful project.
But then let's go back to the other side. You can have a risk when it's convenient and then not have a risk when it's not convenient. He stated that they're not going to be in default at any point in the future.
Question.
So what risk are we looking at?
But of course,
outside of financial, well, but again, if you're saying of course that we are, then what the heck, you know, only someone that's got to be a drunken sailor or something else would then accept a deal like this, and we're going to be paying a year from now.
No.
But
especially when I got it on the record that they owe the previous leaseholder $5 million. He's in court with them now. I don't know.
I did not say that on the record. Please don't say I said that on the record. I said
He said $5 million.
he is suing us for $5 million, and I'm saying it's not due. So please don't put words in my mouth on other lawsuits.
Well, what is due to him?
Zero.
Oh, zero. So
There's
he doesn't have a
nothing due,
contract.
Commissioner?
You told me at one point in time that he was suing you for monies that were not due now, they would be due when the hotel would be finally fully approved by the commission and no permits.
Are you representing Bern, sir?
Excuse me?
Are you representing Bern at this point?
Am I representing what?
Bern Levine, are you representing him at this point?
I think you know better than that.
So I don't understand the
haven't
question.
spoken to Bern
The
Levine
the lawsuits
in
that we
years,
have with other
in years.
individuals
But
have
I'm
nothing
going
to do.
based upon what you have stated.
I have stated that he's claiming that he's owed $5 million, and I'm disagreeing with that claim. That's my statement.
Okay, well, didn't you say, Brian, before that he was owed that? You know.
No, I did not.
Okay, all right. So
No, and I want to say one other thing on the record.
The record
Mr.
is
Chairman,
there.
just one other thing so everybody understands. The proposal that the manager negotiated for the city over the term of the lease is worth more money than the current lease. Even with the upfront payment and the discount on the debt, the overall money to the city over the term of the lease is a plus 11 or 12 million dollars.
the last time.
So the idea that the city is giving this gigantic concession, with all due respect, it's just not accurate. And I resent the fact that
it is
it's a little misleading. It is not accurate.
It is accurate, and the last time.
It's not. The reduction in the thresholds increases the money to the city over the term of the lease by $12 million.
The last time that you made similar statements like that, it ended costing the city, when your client sued the city, 20 million plus about 6.5 million.
Only
in
because the
attorney's fees.
city called a
No.
wrongful default on
No.
my client.
And before we get into that,
But I will not get into all that because it's a separate issue, but it has nothing to do with this, Commissioner. And you know that.
You don't want to
Well, I-
open that drawer, huh? Russell?
we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the item? Why don't we just vote on this and decide? Mr. Watson, are you still good with your motion? It was originally for discussion. Your microphone, please. You moved the item, so I just wanted to know if you're...
I did move the item, and I guess in all of the discussions, clearly, somehow or another, it has come to the point where the belief is not there that they can satisfy the obligation when it comes due a year from now.
That's not the case. The discussion is whether or not, they're saying if we accept RE4, they will 100% meet the deadline, and if they don't, they'll be in default and we can kick them out. That's what they're saying. That's how confident they are of the schedule of RE4. Commissioner Carollo would like to sweeten the deal for the city by accelerating that initial payment from a year up to 30 days or 6 months, worst case scenario under Commissioner Reyes. They're saying if that's the case, they drop out of the amendment, they just go back to the original payment schedule, which they will not default on either. So they say.
And the original payment schedule was before this one?
Yes.
10 years.
And so this is the one that the management is recommending. This is the one they're saying they can comply with. And Commissioner Carollo nobly would like to make it better for the city. They're saying they can't move any further. So the question is whether we accept RE4 as is or we don't.
And the the manager, the deal as you negotiated, as you're saying, the new deal, is what was said earlier about $12 million extra? Is that the likelihood?
Well, I mean, if the project is successful and it, lives the full life of the lease, that's the anticipation.
No, the question is, do you agree with their assessment of what they're actually?
Yes.
Yes. The problem is, none of us are going to be sitting here around when they come back for the next concession with the future commissions.
Every single commitment that this owner has made, they have fulfilled.
Just a moment.
Every
Mr.
one of
May,
them.
Mr. May, just a moment.
Just hold on,
Everyone.
Brian.
Commissioner
Look,
Watson.
I understand the spirit of what Commissioner Cloyer is saying. However, I think if we're going to start down the track and we, jump around too much, then all these businesses are not going to be able to do the things that we want them to do. So I'm going to stay with what my motion as is, right? And if they don't comply, then they get kicked out. And we don't want to be potentially sued now by doing something different. That's what my desire would be.
I'll give you odds right now, and Mr. Clerk, you save this part of the meeting at least, that this comes around next August, and they don't pay, they won't get kicked out. They'll have another concession.
Well,
Whoever's here.
let it be said. Save it, Mr. Clerk. Because if they come around next August and they in default, they ass out the door.
So I'd like to call the question.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? How many nays? One nay. Item passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you for RE4. During the discussion, I thought of something on RE3. I don't want to revisit the item, but it brought up something. That was the bay walk under the I-395, which I want to make sure that our engineers are connecting it to the under-deck project and not looking at them as separate projects.
What number is that?
We just passed RE3 before this, which is it's a pedestrian passage under 395. I want to make sure our engineers are connecting it with the under-deck project. And furthermore, I would like to welcome a motion directing the management to craft an MOU with Town Square on the development and design and future potential partnerships with the underdeck, and so that we can at least see the framework for an MOU in September. It doesn't mean we agree with it now, but we could have it brought back to us so we can have a fruitful discussion on it. Moved by Commissioner Reyes.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. Is that good, Mr. Manager? All in favor of the item say, well, is there anyone who'd like to comment on that? Nope. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
We're not on the hook for any money at this point.
Nope, it would just asking the management to come back in September with a framework MOU for us to consider.
And that framework has to be, Commissioner Corolla had mentioned last time, Mr. Manager, make sure we know who's paying for operations and maintenance.
Mr. Chair,
That's a part of the MOU, right?
can we have a 10-minute break?
Yes, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
And for the record, that motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, yes. We have 3 commissioners, 2 more in the wings somewhere. RE5 is at 4/5, we'll skip that. RE6, allocate reimbursement funds, tranche 2 of the Miami Forever Affordable Housing Bond. Is there a motion on RE6?
RE6.
Yes. I believe that's the mayor's.
Yeah, as I mentioned last meeting, I'm not sure why this came back now, because I said we were going to address the affordable housing issue as one item with the American Rescue Plan money, all as one sort of
Would you like to
strategy.
defer, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, because we're going to actually bring all of that to the first meeting in September.
All right, so that's a request to defer until
You gonna
September
defer that?
13th.
It needs to, like I said before, we're going to do a comprehensive plan,
Okay,
which is what I
that is
briefed you
fine
on.
with me. That is fine, as long as we do, I move it.
Motion, second, September 13th. All in
Okay,
favor, say aye.
fantastic. Aye.
Motion passes. Deferring-
Aye.
Deferring RE6. Thank you. 13th. RE8, Jose Marti Adaptive Redesign Project.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? Yes,
Just for the record, Chair, there are some additional backup documents that are going to be submitted into the record. Essentially, it is the Office of the City Manager respectfully requests that the enclosed presentation be added as a supplemental backup document to RE8.
any substantive change, or it's
No, sir.
clerical?
Just backup documents.
Do you need an amendment?
No, sir.
All right, any further discussion on RE8? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on RE8.
Oh, I voted for that too, Mr. Hammond.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Jose Marti Park. Jose Marti Park. RE9, this is yours, Commissioner Carroyo. Rescind resolutions number 20-0295 and number 21-0238. Just when Mr. Geller was here and he left.
Mr. Geller? Okay.
This was voted upon back in September of last year. We hadn't seen nothing happen since then. In the meantime, the information that I received was that St. James is putting no skin into this, and they're getting 25% of the action. It's a pretty good deal. What I'm proposing is that we figure out what the market value is of this property, and I don't care if this developer pays us the money for it and takes it, another developer, but what I do have a problem with is just giving property away that seems to have been done so that one group could just pass it on and make 20% of the profits of the deal, and the city of Miami is not receiving anything. Something seems to me that's wrong in this equation.
Commissioner, would you like to defer the item?
Not right now. I'd like for us to discuss it and see where this commission is at, and I certainly have a lot of respect for Mr. Geller. He's an old-time friend. It's obvious that they wouldn't have hired those few people in Miami that don't like me. Joe?
You recognize Mr. Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Carroyo, you know that I have the most enormous respect for you and have for a very long time.
Yes.
And I appreciate...
We, by the way, excuse me, go back to, heck, how old was I?
College.
19, 20, with Ron Book in my college
right.
days.
George DePonis?
George DePonis.
George DePonis.
Yes, a few others. Mike Abrams.
Commissioner, as I was saying, I appreciate that you have concerns here. I take them very seriously. I appreciate that other members of this dais have concerns. I appreciate particularly that there are some very technical issues that our economist friend, Commissioner Reyes, has raised. Let me say just off the bat, this had been proposed at 110% of AMI. Commissioner Reyes said to us, no go.
And he's right, because he's seen through all the shenanigans that have gone on from one district to another with developers, and the people that live in the neighborhoods, at the end, cannot live there. So what he has been steadily saying, I'm in favor of, I support, because it is correct.
And frankly, so do my clients. And not only have they already reduced it back to 100% of AMI, but Commissioner Reyes, in a very extensive meeting with him, said that's a start, but it's not good enough. The goal is to make sure that the people who live in Allapattah, which does not have an AMI anywhere near the county AMI, are able to live in this community, to stay in their community. So besides that first reduction that is done, the commissioner proposed several other things, and we said, we're going to try and make all of those work, or as many of them as we can. Just as an example, the commissioner proposed changing the mix to provide more direct support for ELI people, for extremely low income, that need basically 100% subsidy. And we're trying to do that, but to some degree, we need some consideration from the county. We're talking to them to get that done. And there's another thing that we've talked about called direct marketing, which would ensure that the people who live there have first crack at these units. They get a 60-day exclusive window, as I understand it. I'm not the technician that Commissioner Reyes is or that my clients are. But all of these are good ideas, and all of them are things we're trying to accomplish.
And I'm very happy to hear that, but here is the dilemma that I have. This comes afterwards, what you're explaining. Beforehand, and Madam City Attorney, I want you to hear me out. Why should we give away City of Miami property to an institution that's going to make 20% of the profits just so they could flip it, which is what's happened here? We could accomplish all that by a 4/5 vote if we want to give it to this developer. And instead of him having to pay 20%, which is going to be more, I am sure, than whatever the property is worth, the land is worth, and market value, the city should get something for it. And then we have additional monies to reinvest in affordable housing.
The answer to that, Commissioner, as best I can answer it, is this. We are examining closely the relationships that exist because direct marketing requires very significant community presence and community roots in order to be able to make people aware and to accomplish what's going to be done. And so those relationships right now are being examined to see how we get done what we can get done. Now, it is a fact that what would probably be the payment for land is also being invested in the land because it's, I believe the number is $4.5 million for a parking garage that would have to be addressed by anybody that was going to do something there because there has to be parking. I do want to be clear that the issue of the library has been taken care of. That library will be there, and in fact, it's going to be enhanced and upgraded, and it's going to be beautiful. So that's off the table.
That's not an issue any longer from what I understood.
Yes, sir. So the answer to your question is, I know that you're a thorough examiner of facts. I don't ask you today to say this is something you're okay with. I'm not asking that. I am asking you to do the thoughtful thing and allow us to continue working with Commissioner Reyes to address all of these issues that he's raised and the issue that you've raised about, is somebody going to flip it for not doing anything? And you know that I hear you. You know I take that seriously, and so do my clients. All we're asking is, can we try to work these problems out and come back at the first September meeting? And if you're not satisfied at that point, I understand.
The issue of 110, which Commissioner Reyes presented to you from what you stated, that I have been at his side on this, because we need to provide affordable housing for the people that live in those neighborhoods. And
Done.
that is not the issue, because I know we could get that done.
I understand.
The issue is that the city of Miami should be able to profit, not some outfit that doesn't have skin in the game. And furthermore, what I don't see is how this hurts, because at the end, if we do a 4/5 with the present developer, he's going to save money. He would only have to pay a lesser amount that the land would be worth, and he doesn't have to pay that 20%.
Unless we find that some partner is necessary to do the direct marketing with Roots. But, Commissioner, I want to, yes,
Can I
sir.
be honest with you?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reyes and I will volunteer, and I'm sure Commissioner Diaz-Portillo, if he would like to, can also. You're going to have people lined up. You don't have to do direct marketing there. They're going to be lining up that you could pick and choose people for a project such as that there.
Let me not be misheard, Commissioner. I am completely not saying to you that that 4/5 idea of yours is not a good idea. It may be the best solution. We want to move this as quickly as we can to get that housing for these people as soon as possible. And maybe that is the best idea. I just need a little more time to try to make this work, whatever's the best way. We'll consult with you, we'll consult with Commissioner Reyes, we'll consult with the chair, we'll consult with the district commissioner, and we'll consult with the gentleman at the end. His name is Commissioner.
That's cold.
Wait a minute, give me a
That's
second.
cold.
It's Watson?
We named
I
the
think?
island after him.
You want me to introduce him to you?
After.
After, I'll be more than glad to.
So we will make sure that when we come back to you in September, I'm going to do my, I guess I should be darndest, to make sure that you think it's the right thing for the city and that each one of your colleagues thinks it's the right thing for the city.
What is concerning me, Joe, is that I'm seeing too many cooks in this kitchen. For instance, as I was told, and it's a fact, that the person that met with the developer, putting everything together, was the former chief of staff, Mr. Watson, Commissioner. You should hear this one. I think it might catch your interest. The person that met with the developer and negotiated the developer, St. James and what have you, was the former chief of staff to District 5. I don't know what the heck he was doing in District 1. There also have been other attorneys, lobbyists, I don't know what you call them, that want to get anybody mad at me and denied anything again, but with family ties. And look, I have no axe to grind with anybody. I'm just tired of seeing what some look at the city of Miami to be, a big piñata, that they're going to come with a stick and just beat the crap out of it and take all the candy away, and the residents get a bad deal every time. Now, I'm willing to hear from my colleagues, and I'm not set in stone on bringing this to a head in a vote or waiting until September. What I am looking for is that if others out there are making this kind of money, this is not right, and the city of Miami should be the one that makes the money for that land, and I don't care who the developer is. I do care that we will have the 110 provision there, because that makes it much more easier for the residents that live there to be able to get housing. So that is critical.
We are committed to continuing with this process. We're committed to meeting with every member of this dais. We're committed to answering the technical questions. We are committed to making sure that the other concern that you just put on the record is adequately addressed.
The technical question really is, I think, limited. You resolved, and we resolved here, the library issue. It comes down to the 110 and how
That's done.
we make
Done.
it. Well, but you know, it's still, if it was done, you would have a little more. But I know you're going to try.
We're going to do it.
You know.
That one, I can assure you,
So
that one is done.
That one is technical. The rest of it is, you know, that we just can't be doing business like this. We're giving properties away that others can make money, and they have nothing to do in actually building a project. It's a flip. And, you know, I like Homestead. You know, I'd like to go over there and in that area, the Redlands, you know, go to the Buddhist temple. They got great logans and lychees at a certain time of the year. We just passed that. You know, go over to Roberts is here, and they have the best key lime shake anywhere. Really good. And then even go to the winery, you know, and have lychee wine and mango wine, and, you know, get a little bite to eat.
Shivers.
Yeah. Well, you're right. But it's got nothing to do with Homestead, with any individual. It's got to do with running this city like a business.
Commissioner, I hear you, and all I'm saying to you, to be very clear, we want you to feel like this is being done the right way, just like I want Commissioner Reyes to feel that way, just like I want the chair to feel that way, just like I want the district commissioner to feel that way, and just like I want that gentleman at the end to feel that way. And I think we can come back here with something that will make every member of this dais happy and satisfied that this affordable housing will be done for the benefit of the people who live in Allapattah, and that it was being done in an appropriate way, and we're open to your other suggestion of the way to do it. If that's the best way, we're open to that.
I will, you know, be glad to hear on this issue from my colleagues.
Commissioner Reyes.
I met with everybody. And I hear you loud and clear, Commissioner Carollo. And I know this is our land, right? It is our land. Whatever we do with that land, we will have to be part of the development. That's the only way that we can demand our participation. We can demand that and make sure that the development is affordable housing. If we sell it, if we sell that land, let's say that any developer comes, unless we give them some benefits, we cannot ask or make them proffer anything.
We could. We could sell it with deed restrictions.
Well, that is, but it won't be so tight. I mean, I'm not advocating for these people. I'm not advocating.
I understand that.
I
understand that.
What I really want is the same thing that you want.
I know that.
Okay? It's the same thing that we want. We want the best benefit, get the best out of our land for our city. And I'm selling it, in my opinion, it is, we won't have the leverage to demand what we are demanding. Granted, we can go back on and rescind it and then bring somebody else or, open it up for other people. Now, having said that, we have here a person that we all know for so long time. And the only thing that he's asking, it is, give me some time to prove myself. To prove that this is we have given it to other people that asked for it. If it comes back with a deal that either one of us, the district commissioner, you and I, or any other commissioners here, that we believe that the project does not benefit the city and does not benefit more than anything else the residents of Alapata, okay? Then we'll just deny it and rescind it, and that's it.
What date in September are you suggesting that you will be ready to come back to us then?
First meeting.
First meeting? Okay.
It happens to be your next meeting, otherwise we would do it sooner, but
Yeah, that's true.
the first meeting.
Is that acceptable to you?
It is acceptable to me.
There's a motion to defer to September
and I hear
13th.
you
Is
loud
there a
and
second?
clear. And I hear you loud and clear, and you have a good valid point. You see? You have a good valid point. I don't, we don't know who they'll place. You see, we don't know. Nothing has been done. Okay? Well,
Motion to defer by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Is that what I'm gathering from there?
That's right.
All right.
Call the roll.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you all very much. We will be talking to you very soon.
Hey.
And good luck tonight.
Sharpen your pencil.
Yes, sir.
Sharpen it.
Yes, sir. I'll even sharpen my pen, Commissioner.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, everyone.
I'd like to move back to RE7. Madam City Attorney, you've passed out some proposed ballot language for RE7. Am I correct?
Does everyone have a copy?
I can read it right now. Shall Miami's charter be amended, authorizing city to waive competitive bidding, negotiate, execute 75-year waterfront lease, marinas, restaurants, marine-related uses of approximately 27 acres, generally 3301, 3307, 3605, 3501 Rickenbacker Causeway, with Biscayne Marine Partners LLC for minimum, and then 3 bullet points. $115 million tenant capital investment, second bullet point, $2.75 million annual rent, parentheses, 10% for Virginia Key Beach Park Trust, close parentheses, or fair market value. Third bullet point, 6% gross boat storage, fuel revenues, 4% gross revenues from other sources, question mark. We need to start over with a new motion. We have one on the floor. Who made the motion in the second?
It was moved by Commissioner Carrillo, seconded by the chair at 11:44 a.m.
How many words do we have here?
This is on the nose.
So we have 71, but case law doesn't say whether dollar signs and percentages count as words or not, so we're counting them and we are 75 on the nose.
Okay, so I would not then suggest one more word, because that
So
might
what
put
is
us
the
over.
word? What is the word? And maybe we could take out a word, but it depends.
No,
It
no,
all-
no,
it all-
no, it's okay, it's fine.
All right, so there's a motion, there's a second. Is there any further discussion? This needs to be added as an amendment, Mr. Clerk?
Right, as amended,
Yes.
and
All right.
then we have to structure the ballot language that will be part of this document as well, so that any voter can look upon that language attached to this item before they go and vote.
All right, does the mover agree with the language?
I do.
As an amendment. Seconder agrees as well. Any further discussion? Yes, you're
Can we
right.
take out the question mark at the end, the sources?
It actually has to be positioned as a
Oh, it
ballot
does?
question.
Oh, it has to be, okay. All
I
right,
agree
so-
with you grammatically, it's interesting there and why
Yes.
it's not above, but this is the way we've always done it.
Okay, I thought it was above, okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-1.
As amended.
As amended, thank you. That is RE7. Look at that, we can have heated discussions and move forward with the business of the city. We don't always have to agree.
That's right.
All right, RE5 is a 4/5 emergency finding, Wolfberg Alvarez Partners, Inc. Is there a motion on RE5?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Clerk.
It's my understanding there's a substitution of item RE5 that was sent to the commissioners on July 20th at 11:44 a.m. Do I need to read?
Only if it's substantive.
Well, the legislation is being amended. So the Office of the City Manager respectfully requests item RE5, emergency finding, Wolfberg, Alvarez and Partners, Inc. be substituted in July 22nd, 2020 Miami City Commission meeting due to minor Scrivener errors. Additionally, the substituted item identifies Tranche 2 Miami Forever Affordable Housing Limited ad valorem bonds on a reimbursement basis as the funding source and further includes the city manager's emergency findings memo.
Does the mover and seconder accept the amendment?
Move it. Yes.
Moved and seconded, yes. Amendment accepted. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes on RE5. We already did RE9 as a deferral. RE10, approved charter amendment, Chief of Police and Fire Rescue Chief. This is Commissioner Reyes, your item?
Yes, I move it, and I think that is going to be an amendment, a friendly amendment to include also the the fire chief. Could you please, I heard that Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla has a friendly amendment. That will
So
include
let me just
also
get it on the
fire
floor first. There's a motion by Commissioner Reyes. Is there a second?
I'm
I'll
sorry.
second it.
Second, this is RE10, the change of the charter with regard to Chief of Police and Fire Rescue Chief selection. Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
If I may, Madam Attorney, can you explain the amendment of the language we're using for the fire rescue?
So I need a moment because I thought that was already in there. that
I
this
thought
was
so
for
too, that's
both
why
the
I'm not
fire
sure. it was
chief
am-
and
I think it's been incorporated, but I'm not sure, so that's why I asked.
If we could just check one
Yes,
second,
ma'am.
please.
I want to
Okay.
make sure I don't want to happen what happened before.
Yes,
Okay, Can we bring it back, where she's doing it, and then go to the other?
Yeah,
what we
we'll
have.
look and we could keep on going.
All right, so we'll table RE10 for the moment.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
we did tranche 2 Miami, RE6?
Yes, RE6 was deferred until September 13th.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You see, Commissioner, I don't know why, every time that I'm trying to see those dollars coming to my district, they start flying away. You see, and I mean, that is,
They go to
they're
District-
torturing me.
They do a District
They go to
5.
the next one. Come on, Mr. Manager.
All right, we're gonna table that one. We have a motion and a second on it. We'll table it.
Yes.
You guys let me know when you're ready to take it up. RE16, accepting reimbursement grant retrofit solid waste department building. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by
Second.
the chair. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes on RE16.
Boards, appointments and stuff?
We've got,
Yeah.
let's get through the actual action items first, I'd say. You want to do boards and appointments?
Yeah, let's get done
I'm
with that.
fine with that.
Okay.
Quick.
Mr. Clerk?
BC 1, Little Haiti Revitalization Trust. Commissioner Watson will be appointing Ronald Page.
Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, second by Commissioner Croyo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Bayfront Park Management Trust. Commissioner Reyes will be appointing Javier Banos.
Move.
Moved by Commissioner Croyo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Oh, there's all the boards and appointments?
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Thank you very
Okay, I
much.
thought there was more. It's quick.
Got it. So if SR 1 through SR 3, FR 1, FR 3, and FR 4, would Madam City Attorney or Mr. Min be happy to read all of those into the
So
record?
before, for SR1, is SR1 still on the table?
Wow. It is at the moment, but
I
it sure
just
has
have
gotten a
a
lot of
question.
opposition.
Right, so I wouldn't want to.
Have to read it all if you don't have to.
Right, so
All right, let's,
just a question, is there,
let me
is
handle
there,
it.
okay, good.
Is there a willingness to take up SR1? Is there a motion on SR1 in the face of all the opposition we have heard about it?
I move to defer it.
Move to defer? What date would you like, sir?
Which one?
SR1 is
SR1.
the ability for boards,
Second meeting in September.
I'll second that.
September 23rd. Okay, so that's a motion to defer SR1 to September 23rd, moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labortia. This is the one about the boards being able to indefinitely defer things without a date, without a deadline. It's a request to defer.
Well, if we can, I think the issue for us, whether it's for one person, two persons, elected or not, I'm almost never going to be in favor of shutting the public down from saying whatever they want to say. We get a chance to say a lot, and I know it's a difference, but, you know, we ask them to serve, so to shut them down just because somebody don't like them or like what they're talking about. So if you want to move to get it done today.
Thank you.
This is that 60-day rule thing.
Yeah.
60 days.
That I would say at this point a year. And
Okay, but maybe, and this is why I thought maybe we could discuss it just a little bit more.
so let's discuss it.
we could do
I'll
six-
withdraw my motion.
No, we
Can I
could
do that?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hannon? Okay, so
Let's say we
talk.
do 60 days, and then it could be another 30 days, 90, with a 4/5, and then 120 days, another 30, unanimous votes. So they get, if need be, up to 120 days, 4 months. Now, it's a long time to deal with anything, for people to be able to discuss. Because my concern is that if for any reason, there are some board members that might have a majority, that they know that something that they don't want to do, or should I say that they don't want to pass, could have an opportunity to pass this board, they could leave it and keep it hostage, you know, for forever. And that's my concern. That's you know, I'll respect what you would like to do, but I'm just suggesting this as a possibility that we could give more time, but deal with it if we can.
Madam City Attorney, quick question. There is a rule within the code having to do with how long we're able to defer an item even once it's been placed on an agenda and addressed by the commission. Isn't it 1 year?
No.
No, I believe you're referring to first reading, and when there's a first reading, and how long after a first reading, that one? That one is, I believe it's 18 months from first reading, but first reading is, we read it into the record, you voted on it, and all that.
Right, but meaning,
So it has to be between first and second, could be no longer than 18 months.
and what's the spirit of that rule? That we take the business up and get it done, and if we don't within a year and a half, that what happens? It then
Well, it's just because everything has to do with property rights, and so that it's not, hijacked.
Right, but the intention, so what happens after the 18 months if we don't go to second reading?
It has to go back to PZAB to then be brought back and heard.
So it
by you
loses
again.
its first reading approval if it's not voted on again within 18 months. So the spirit of the code currently is saying 18 months is the drop deadline for us to take action once we've started up a business. Otherwise, we are hijacking a process or leaving something in limbo. So I'd forgotten it was 18 months. I thought it was 1 year. So, I mean, to me, that's where I'd be comfortable on it, because I do recognize the need for them to defer it a few times here or there. I do want them to vote on it, but I think 60 days is just too, it's asking too much of the board, and it's actually taking it out of their hands when they're maybe going through a process to deliberate.
So the 120 days doesn't work? I mean, that's a good amount of time.
In this era, a compromise of 120 days.
And you don't have to add all the other stuff, just 120
This is
days.
one of those issues that I had something in my mind, a potential compromise, and then the public shows up, and it wasn't just one person or two on it, people on various items from various walks of our work, and both of my appointees from boards, under boards, came in total opposition. And, I have to listen to that. I'm not in favor of it as it is, and probably not even at 120 days. That was my original compromise. For me, I want to give them a wider berth, but it's not infinity. And a 6 month?
We have, Mr. Chair, we have to set some time. We cannot be, any of the issues cannot be lingering, until everybody gets in agreement, or they don't get an agreement, or whatever. We have to set some time. I'm saying, with a time limit. If nothing happens within the time limit, well, you start the process all over. You see? You know what I mean? But I do understand, and I hear you loud and clear. We had people that they were members of, they were board members, they came here in opposition. But you have to understand also that they feel, and I don't think that they're right, that we are taking authority away from them. And we're not. We're just saying, hey, listen, you have certain time in order to finalize this problem, instead of being dragging on. But we're not taking any, it's my opinion, I might be wrong, but I don't see it like that. They saw it like that, you see, but I don't see it like that.
Mr. Chair, I think I went back there and looked at a number of kind of consternation issues in PZAB, right? And invariably, most folks that spoke was correct. I mean, when proposers were not inclined to engage the community the way they should, they've taken on the stance of being front line and thinking, our appointees, they were protecting us. Okay? So why don't we split the baby, if you will, and do a graduated schedule, like Commissioner Carollo offered, a graduated schedule at 9 months. I mean, if they can't do it in 9 months, maybe it should be brought here to see if we decide. So we could do it that way. I don't remember exactly how he profited up, but that's the thing.
If I am not correct, we can do, Mr. Chair, let me finish a minute. You see, if there is a developer, that they cannot get together, they don't want to meet with the people, we shouldn't vote for it. Bring it here. We vote against it, and under the premises that they don't want, because the first thing that we, as a commission, we always demand from everybody is meet with the people. You have to have community support for this project. That is a requisite that we all demand. I mean, in every single project in every single district. See? Now, if we have there is a developer that cannot or doesn't want to meet and reach agreement with the people, if they come here, we're going to vote against them or her. I mean, that's the way I feel. But what I don't want to see is, trying the same thing over and over and over and over without finalizing. You see, having giving some in to and somebody else can come and try to, get that project to fruition, and there's somebody else that wants to do the project. You see? You understand what I'm saying? There has to be some finality.
6 months is a great idea.
Huh?
6 months.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think that if in 6 months this issue has not been resolved and maybe they feel like the proposer has not done what they need to do relative to getting public input, right, or buy-in, then they have every right to just vote no.
That's right.
Right, and reject it, and then with a report, and then send it to the commission.
Yeah, look, I would be willing to go with the 6 months, but in the following way. They get 3 months, then if they want to go beyond 3 months, they need a 4/5 for another 45 days. And if they need additional time beyond the 3 months and 45 days, then they have to have a unanimous vote to get another 45 days that will get you to the 6 months.
Commissioner, really, 6 months is great, and you don't have to do all that sliding scale. At least you have the finality.
Finality.
It's just a finality.
Why can't I provide a Chinese menu of Jungle Island?
If you pay up front, you get a discount. Mr. Leal, you're representing the mayor? In this matter, I do, but I would like to address it from my perspective. Who are you representing?
Myself, as a resident of the
Public
city.
comment, you have 2 minutes?
Yes, may I?
Yes.
2.5.
No, the only reason I ask is this is the mayor's item.
It is.
And you
it is.
you usually come here speaking on behalf of the mayor.
I'll speak on
his
my own
items.
behalf.
Okay.
I've heard the conversation. I was also influenced by the public comment that we heard from multiple of our residents. And I think the issue that the commission faces here is intertwined between finality for projects to get an up and down vote, and also for residents to get an opportunity to be heard in a duly noticed public meeting. As someone that came to the city that way, that meant a lot. So we're dealing with a delicate, as we look at Miami 21, as the commission or the committee is reviewing this, I would propose, I would encourage a very brief deferment on this issue to get the facts, because what I'm always concerned is that we legislate on outliers. I know that the impetus of some of this legislation, it seems from what we heard in public comment, is perhaps individual projects that were perhaps, not to use any loaded terms, but were perhaps kind of monopolized by that board and controlled, maybe for good reasons, maybe for bad reasons. We don't really know, and I'm not here to opine on that. But I think if we could get our planning department now in the August break, I know they have a lot of work ahead of them, but to give us really a timeline of how much it really takes for different projects, meaning SAP, this is how it typically takes, for projects of this magnitude, kind of give us a criteria, give us how long it takes, and I think having that information would be helpful for you commissioners to have a decision. Yes, we can all here kind of barter back and forth, whether 6 months or 30 days or 90 days is sufficient, but I would definitely want my elected officials to have the data points. Let's get our planning department to help us kind of guide us on how long a project really takes, and then have an informed decision on
okay, if we want to get some finality, which is, I'm hearing Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes on, at some point, you're going to have to vote one way or the other. We understand. But before we put a timeline, let's get to the data points that can inform us on what would be a reasonable approach, that at some point, you have to vote up and down the project. That would be my request, and I just emphasize, that's why it's so delicate of an issue, and that's why we heard public comment so passionate, because it really does deal with what Commissioner Watson is talking about. You want to have your elected official listen to you, and sometimes, Commissioner, as someone that has appeared a few times on PSAB, sometimes it's not maybe properly noticed. So you don't really, the community doesn't know yet, so it takes another 30, maybe another 60 to really get that voice to come in, and then by that point, it can't be deferred anymore, or it might be limited. So that would be my...
Notice does not count here. This is they listen to an item that's properly before them, and they choose to hijack it. That is totally different than a notice issue, than a not enough information issue, like nothing was given to them that they didn't have. So I get it. I thought 6 months was a great compromise, but it's all policy. Just remember, these things end up in court. It's happened at least 3 times in my 17 years here.
And the reason...
And we have a very powerful PZAB right now. They are a force of nature. And these are the ones right here that make the decisions.
And I think in one of our public comments, it was a very good observation that if you want to rein in, for lack of a better term, the PSAP, you all hold the power to change the composition of that board. So maybe dealing with the timing of it is not necessarily the best solution, because you can still inform the PSAP, because you could select its member, and you can have those conversations with those members and those expectations. Commissioner.
Yes, sir, but what I heard all along during the comments is that if we have a developer that doesn't want to meet or haven't been able to engage the community, or because they don't want to engage the community, you see, that according to the members, PISA members, they said, well, we need to give them time to do that. I don't think, personally, you know what? If you are the developer and if you want any change in zoning or any benefits, and you don't work with the community, you don't deserve to be approved, and you don't deserve any time. That's my personal view. You see, because community comes first.
You and I know that I completely agree with the words that you're saying.
That's right.
And I think that the way that our system is built is that, given that our agendas, the commission's agenda, is extensive, and it covers not only planning and zoning items, but also covers marinas, things for the charter, it's sometimes very difficult to be able to have a robust discussion. And sometimes, we all have been here, you're here until really late at night for any discussion on some items that you really have to be dedicated. So my thought is, get the data points, and then once you have the data points, make an informed decision, because right now we're basing it on some outliers that we know. All right, Mr. Real is making a motion for a deferral. Madam City Attorney is making a motion for 6 months.
With the
We
direction...
have a lot of commissioners. We have a lot of commissioners here today.
With the direction that we get the data points.
Through the chair,
that's fine. It's one extension, Victoria, one extension.
Eddie Leal has used up more than his 2.5 minutes. I think he needs to sit.
I'm getting beat up by
Thank you. No, I
everybody that I
appreciate
love.
your input.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
We have a commissioner is recognized.
Thank you. And I don't want to go back and forth on different possible formulas, but I have a suggestion. Why don't we meet somewhere in the middle? We're not going to defer. If we're going to defer, I'm okay with deferring and waiting until September 13th at the end of the day. But if we're not going to defer, how about sort of like, 60 days, a supermajority, 120 days, and a unanimous vote by the board, it's 6 months. And that's somewhere in the middle. Right, I know, but
Yes,
but you're gonna say, but you kind of convoluted it the way you said it, so I'm trying to make it in a more succinct.
No,
You said it in a convoluted way.
In
But I'm
all,
okay
I
with,
mean,
but let me finish, let me finish. I'm almost, it's gonna be fast. But I'm okay with the deferral. But I do think that there's a sense, that we need a sense of finality, and there are some outliers, as you call them, some projects that have been lingering for 3 years, right? And for months and months and months, and these things, it's not fair. Number one, board members are not elected, they're appointed. We are ultimately the ones that are accountable. We're the duly elected officials. It comes to us, and we pay the consequences or not at the ballot box. So these board members have gotten an extreme amount of power that is not the public. The public can come here and testify. It's the board members. And many times through their own arrogance and their own self-interest sometimes, they make their own decisions. So we're not denying the public the right to participate by limiting the amount of time a board has to make a decision and move it on to us. We're just denying some of those members who are exploiting their position for their own self-interest. And that's the way I see it. Again, there are all kinds of examples. We get to appoint these people, right? We can remove them. They're not accountable because they're not elected. We're the ones that are accountable. So it cannot sit on a board, on an unelected board for months and months and years sometimes. So your argument, Commissioner Russell, that we're denying the people the right to speak or to present their point of view, they don't have to go to PISA board or any other board. They can come to us. And we make the decision. And if they don't like our decision, well, they vote against election day.
That's what I did say. I do want them to come to us. But I think what you're thinking about is the worst-case scenario.
I'm thinking of an example that actually existed. And
Sure.
so but what happens with that is that those examples, we can have another example. We can go through a list of examples, and we can have, as Mr. Leal said, the data points, and we can list all the examples. But I will tell you that some of these boards are acting with impunity and are acting out of their own personal, political alliances or interests, and that's very clear. And to deny that is to close your eyes to the reality. And it's not in favor of any developer or anyone in particular. It's in favor of the people of Miami that want to have finality on the projects that are proposed, up or down.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't quite hear that last one. You were saying about the boards, can you repeat that?
That the boards are acting with impunity and are making their own decisions, sometimes for their own self-interest, correct? And they're not accountable because they're not elected. We are. So ultimately, they don't get to pick what's going to happen. In fact, one of them had a proposal here to kind of bypass us, if I remember correctly. To bypass the elected officials.
Well, maybe you, but not us.
No, nobody bypassing
Sure.
me. You know that. You're full, I think you've learned that. You've learned that in the last couple of months. But what's important here?
Let me do the following. I'm going to make a motion. No hard feelings. Anyone can vote whichever way they want. I just feel this way. I'm going to make the motion for the 3 months. If they get a 4/5, they could extend it to 45 days. And if they need an additional 45 days, they got to have a unanimous vote.
Well, 3 months is 90 days.
Yeah.
So they can extend it for an additional 45.
No.
That makes sense.
No. 3 months.
90 days.
45 and 45.
That's fine.
We're there.
Yeah.
I know you didn't major in mathematics.
Oh, I did, actually.
It was politics, I heard?
No, philosophy.
Okay, yeah, well.
And politics.
Okay, philosopher, boy.
Yeah. We'll talk about it one day.
You impressed me. You impressed me. Anyway, 3 months. Then, if they need additional time, 45 days with a 4/5. And after the 45 days, if they need additional time, they have to have a unanimous vote for the last 45 days, which would make it a 6 months.
Right. So
Give or take a day or two.
But instead of 4/5, it'll be a supermajority, right?
So I need to ask a question. 4/5 of those present? 4/5 of those present?
Right, supermajority.
Or supermajority of the board?
Right.
Because that is
Different
going to be,
things.
you may not
See,
ever get
see,
that.
I got you on the math. It's the difference.
No?
Yeah.
Supermajority
Supermajority of the
When you
board.
don't spell out what it is, then
It's supermajority of the whole board,
A supermajority is basically 4/5.
of the whole board, not of the members present.
It should be of the president.
Right, because sometimes you don't
There's a
have
big difference.
people.
When you don't spell it out,
I'm trying
that's
to.
what it means.
I'm trying.
But, you know,
But
the
I think what we should do is,
city attorney wants to
right,
mess up what I'm trying to do.
so let's do.
No, I just want to write it down correctly because then you guys get mad at me when I don't.
Well, the supermajority, right, is of the whole board. That makes it harder for them to take it to 45, the additional 45.
Why do we want to make it harder?
Because we
That's
want,
their intention.
because that's what I want, to make it
Here,
harder.
I would, before we vote on this, I'd like to make the counterpoint.
But it doesn't matter to me of those present.
So Commissioner Diaz-Portilla talked about the worst-case scenario where an item is being held hostage. Madam City Attorney referred to the same thing. What about the other end of the spectrum, where they are trying to get the diligence to find more information that helps them make a deeper decision? I really do believe in empowering boards that are there to serve and dig deeper than we have the time sometimes to dig, because this is their only mission. Planning and zoning is their mission. We have so much to cover on our days. They're willing to do the hard work, and if it's done in good, earnest, good faith effort, I don't want to cut them off at the knees when they're on a fact-finding mission. Let's say there's a traffic study that's going to take more than the 6 months to do, and they say we want to defer it, and we've now tied their hands. Maybe there's a charrette going on. There are things that we haven't maybe contemplated because we're thinking of the worst-case scenario where you've got an activist board that's trying to, we're good, Eddie, thank you. Where you've got an activist board that's trying to hijack an item. Now, you may have activist members on a board. People are very passionate who serve on these boards, and they will use whatever tool is at their disposal to tank an item if they believe against it. And it does happen. It is legal.
I'm sorry, did we hear from the young lady up here?
Not yet,
Well,
we will.
Well, can I, Mr. Chair, can I
So-
second Commissioner Carollo's motion?
Is that a motion for
Yes.
your item? Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla.
Thank you.
So I'm just saying why I have discomfort. Commissioner Tapanes, how would you vote?
Commissioner Tapia. So we have a 7-member commission now. Commissioner Mendez,
We're up to 8
Commissioner
now. We're up
Tapia,
to 8.
Commissioner Noriega.
You're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Melissa Tapanes, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. Just wanted to mention, I have the pleasure of representing SPV Realty. We are the third law firm that is representing the developer of that, what formerly is known as the East Side Ridge Special Area Plan. We have revamped and reinvigorated that entire special area plan. We were before the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board last month. It was deferred for an additional 3 months. And what I want to share with you is, I think the comments made today by many of the neighbors that spoke, and one of the Planning and Zoning Board members, right? He used words like bad actor, that we never met with the neighbors. None of that is true. And that goes to the bias of some of these Planning and Zoning Board members. When someone comes to the City Commission and makes those kinds of public statements, that's pretty harsh. And that goes to kind of what we felt going before the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board last month with an entirely new project, new development agreement, new traffic study, numerous meetings with community members, and we did not have the opportunity to present. Instead, neighbors spoke for about 2 hours, telling us that they wanted to defer the item. So there is a balance of interest, and I want to speak, as Mr. Leal did, for myself, although I do serve as a chairwoman of the Miami 21 Task Force.
And therein lies the problem.
And
Sorry,
what
Mr. Chair.
and what I'd like to say is that it requires a actual process. That is all Miami 21 requires, a process. And I think what is being asked here, whether it's 60 days, 30 days, 120 days, whatever it may be, that's a policy decision. What I would say that what the public requires is just some assurances of a process. Because if you defer things for 6 months, a year, 3 years, as many of these items happen, it loses the date of these analysis. The neighbors forget when the hearings are. It really just loses the whole purpose of process. So I would think that I would encourage the commission to just come up with a policy. And the Miami 21 Task Force will recommend process. That is what I think is necessary to Article 7 of Miami 21, people knowing what to anticipate. And I think that's what would be fair. And if there is a community engagement process that's required, that's something that we've discussed as part of the task force, requiring community engagement, a number of meetings, et cetera, as we do as charrettes, et cetera. That is what should be part of a process. And I think anybody would agree with that. But I think developers, whoever they are, good actors, bad actors, they need to know what's expected of them to do business in the city of Miami. And I think that a timeline would be helpful. And I should note that I had nothing to do with this legislation, and Mr. Leal could confirm that. I'm just sitting here watching this.
Thank you. But I did not realize that there's an actual application going through at PZAB that this does affect, in a sense. You feel either held hostage or the client you represent, you feel that the can is getting kicked on them down the road on purpose, which is delaying their application.
Well, that is what the members and the neighbors said. They're doing it for whatever reason, more community engagement. If there was a number of meetings, whatever, I can tell you they've had dozens of meetings. With who? Tell us who.
So this is about a specific item, and we're about to change the whole code to create this new process.
I don't know if it's about a specific item, because again, I had nothing to do with it, but
you're
with this-
experiencing it now. Your client is experiencing it.
I think we've had numerous folks, as the city attorney mentioned, that have experienced this.
Personally, I'd prefer a deferral on this one, just because it is second reading already. There are facts we don't know about applicants that are going through the process right now and why those deferrals have been requested, because I haven't followed. But I'm happy to learn. But
and the
for lack of a
balancing-
deferral, I'd be a no vote.
And the balancing factor is, should be noted, is that a lot of these issues have come about, as created by Miami 21, right? That we now have taken 10 years to bring attention to, change, revise, 10 years. And so, time frame notwithstanding, we can make a schedule for people to make that decision who serve on the boards. That's fair as well. But just note our processes sometimes too causes other actions and reactions from our residents. So, and we're not and that report now has been deferred a couple of times, not to come back to us until October. And none of us had anything to do with that. None of us had anything to do with that. And now we're strapped with that. Should have been revised 5 years after, this would have been 17, and then 5 years after that. And so we're strapped now with somebody else's decision. 10 years, we haven't even revised our own process. And so that's why you saw the line of people the way we did, so.
Got it. So there is a motion and a second for the 60, 45, 45 method that you're looking for. I'd prefer to see a deferral, or I'm a no vote on this. What's the will of this commission?
Take a vote. Let's call the question.
Any further discussion?
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Title.
You reading the record, please?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 11, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration Boards, Committees, Commissions, Standards for Creation and Review of Boards Generally by adding Section 2-895 titled Continuous Deferrals by City Boards to provide for reasonable limitations on continuances and deferrals of items by city boards containing a severability clause and providing an immediate effective date as amended.
Question. If they get to their full 6 months and they're wanting a further deferral for whatever reason, they can't have it at that point if this passes, correct? No. What will be reflected as it comes to City Commission in the Planning Zoning Appeals Board opinion? Would it be just a no vote if they don't take an action?
No.
It's a denial. It's considered a denial.
So it will be a no vote?
It will be considered a denial because unfortunately pursuant to state statute, PZAB is the LPA, the Land Planning Agency, and they have to opine on the matter. So if they choose not to deal with
If they don't opine,
it will be a
it's a
denial.
default no.
It will be a denial because they didn't tell you what they wanted.
And the person or the developer that presented the case to the PCA, can they do it again then? They can restart the process?
Based on when
was denial?
it comes here as a
It is
denial.
final. They can,
Right.
okay. And we make the decision based on what we
And-
believe.
Right, and then you're gonna know exactly
But
what
it's
happened.
what we've been doing. Basically.
Right.
You will know exactly how upset they were if they kept on continuing it.
Right. So, understood, I see where everybody is. Just for the record, I believe that 6 months may not be enough. And there may be cases where it would warrant more, and in good diligence, not on the activist side or the holding hostage side, but in their efforts to learn more about the project and make a valid decision, they would want more time, and we're taking that
Well, we
away
can-
from them. So I'm a no vote, but I understand.
But we can, if it doesn't work, we can modify it. It is in our power to modify it and say, okay, if there is convincing argument that it is not working or it being a hindrance, they can come to us and say, listen, we cannot do that, and maybe we can stand it or we can rescind it.
Yeah. I mean, and they were talking on the big ones, SAPs and
That's
things
right,
like that.
that's
Another alteration we could have proffered is that the smaller ones, they roll through, but big items that take a lot of diligence, we want our PZAB to have a good crack at it, so.
But at least, if they come and, in my opinion, you see, they come in and they say, listen, this is too big of a project for us to do it within the time limit. You see, we can modify it, we can take action on it, extend it, or in that particular case.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
As amended.
Yes, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. That is SR1.
Okay.
SR2 and SR3, could you read them into the record, Barnaby or
Yes,
Madam City Attorney?
the chair wants Mr. Min to read all the
No,
titles.
I would like whoever would like to read the items into the record to read them into the record.
He is the official reader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SR2 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 31 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Local Business Tax and Miscellaneous Business Regulations, by creating Article 6, titled Massage Establishments, of regulating the operation of massage establishments located in the City of Miami. More particularly by creating Section 31-100, titled Definitions, Section 31-101, titled Massage Establishments Prohibited Practices, Section 31-102, titled Physical Contact, Section 31-103, titled Removing Clothing, Section 31-104, titled Presence of Licensed Masseur or Masseuse Required, Section 31-105, titled Presence of Person in Charge, Section 31-106, titled Responsibility of Owner Manager, Section 31-107, titled Human Trafficking Awareness Signs at Adult Entertainment, Massage and Bodywork Services Establishments, Section 31-108, titled Window, Section 31-109, titled Penalties, Section 31-110, titled Cumulative Remedies, Section 31-111, titled Immunity, and Section 31-112, titled Severability of Ordinance, containing a severability clause, providing for an effective date. SR3 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 31 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, titled Local Business Tax and Miscellaneous Business Regulations, by creating Article 5, titled Hotel and Motel Regulations, to address human trafficking violations, and by creating and providing definitions, minimum requirements, remedies, and penalties, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Go ahead and do the first reading items as well, please. They're FR 1, 3, and 4.
Yes, sir. FR1 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 6 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Sidewalk Cafes, to include street cafes, permits, permit requirements, and permit criteria, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And I believe Commissioner Reyes does have a proposed amendment to that item. FR3 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Chapter 36, Section 36-4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Noise, Operation of Radios, Phonographs, and Other Sound-Making Devices, Bands, Orchestras, and Musicians, Generally Exemption. Further amending Section 36-5 of the City Code, titled Same Hour of Operation of Jukeboxes, Radios, etc., Exemption for Events on City-Owned Property, Relaxation to provide a pilot program for noise disturbances within the NRD1 district in the City of Miami, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date and an ending date. FR4 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Alcoholic Beverages, more particularly by amending Section 4-6 of the City Code to rename the Overtown Entertainment District to the Historic Overtown Culture and Entertainment District, modifying the district's boundaries as depicted in Exhibit O, and making grammatical corrections, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Thank you. Is that a motion on the entire SR and FR agenda?
Let me make sure I have on the record FR4.
Yes, sir. What about it?
The map as a backup.
All right, let me just get there. We've got a motion by Commissioner Reyes and a second by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla on SR 2 and 3, as well as FR 1, 3, and 4.
And Chair, I will show you as a co-sponsor for FR3.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
This is interesting. I look forward to seeing how this Wynwood pilot program for noise works, because we're having noise issues, so.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm glad to sponsor that pilot program as well.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Watson, you needed to add something into the record?
Yeah, just wanted to make sure the map is included
On FR4?
on FR4.
Is that amendment, or is that, it's already there?
Just want to make sure it's there.
It is Exhibit O of the legislation, so it is part of the ordinance.
Right. And so there wasn't, so there's no ambiguity to ensure that regarding the church portion of this, it's just like Liberty City and Little Haiti special districts.
That is a proposed amendment that you have asked us to make for a second reading, which we'll incorporate when it comes back for a second reading.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe Commissioner Reyes has also requested an additional change to FR1 when it comes back for second reading.
Between first and second.
Yes, and I believe the proposed change concerns the waiving of fees for those establishments that are affected by the reconstruction along Flagler Street, and also requesting an amendment to the language concerning display of logos on the umbrellas in the public right-of-way for those establishments,
What about that, logos?
to allow logos on those umbrellas.
Got it. Was it prohibited before?
It is currently prohibited in the right-of-way, so that would require an amendment to allow that type of.
Now, the other amendment with regard to Flagler, should that be captured in this ordinance, or should that be a separate resolution offering them relief?
There is a proposal that is, because the fees are charged by ordinance, you cannot waive them by resolution. It does not necessarily be codified per se, but it does need to be incorporated into the
What
ordinance.
construction is,
I definitely want to help. I think that's a good,
what construction?
But we will incorporate it for second reading to ensure that it's
all
clear.
right. Does the mover and seconder agree with those amendments?
Yes.
For clarification,
Yes.
question of a sponsor. The logos is advertising, basically?
Yes, and for example, we, DD8, we bought umbrellas, tried to help and it said DD8. Yeah, downtown.
Oh, okay, it's
Development
advertisement of
Authority.
the Downtown Development Authority, not
That's
for
right.
different companies or
That's
anything?
right, and that is forbidden.
But could it be for anyone? Is it an advertising
The
for?
restaurant name? for
It's
their
meant
own-
to be for.
There's a restaurant
Do
name.
they pay? Will they pay us for that?
No. I mean, they buy it, it's theirs.
They're paying us for the space.
They're paying us for the space,
But not for the advertisement?
but not for the app,
Okay.
okay?
So if
So
a beer company wants to advertise on,
Well, that is.
off-site advertising is not allowed.
it's not allowed because of the different.
Outside advertising.
Off-site advertising
Oh,
is not
I
allowed.
understand, okay, I understand, okay.
Well, when
That
you
was
say,
my que-
just to be clear, when you say off-site, what do you mean?
Other than the name of the place.
Right, it has to be for the establishment that is
Well, let's
directly.
say the establishment uses exclusively Coca-Cola products, and Coca-Cola is providing them with all the umbrellas. This is a very standard thing you'd see in Paris or anywhere, the Perrier umbrella,
Well,
they
that's
get it
why,
for free.
that's why I'm asking.
They're not getting paid for it, but they're getting a free umbrella out of it, and so I'm happy with that without any charge.
But I personally, I don't like that because then you're gonna have, in the same restaurant, you're gonna have Coca-Cola, Perrier, Budweiser, and all that. I'd rather have the the name of the establishment. I think it's.
I don't know that we can regulate the content, can we?
I think so.
So I believe the proposal from the sponsor is to limit it to the name or logo of the restaurant or any governmental entity that is sponsoring the program, such as the DDA or the CRAs.
So I think we have similar legislation with regard to advertising on certain facilities where they can advertise for something that is sold within, for example, like at,
Pepsi.
yeah, for example. I'm okay with that. I really don't think it's crass. I think it helps them cover their costs because they get free merchandise from the companies that supply them.
I think it's more classy, to have it the other way.
Maybe, but I think that's up to the restaurants.
Well, we can discuss this between first and second and think
Yeah,
about it.
I agree.
Think about
But I think that we have our own outdoor advertising statutes, or ordinance, I'm sorry, right? That limits all those things, right? Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, let's do it, let's do it.
Let's do it between first and
Let's
second.
do it as a-
Whatever idea you come up with.
As a
All right.
sponsor wants to do it, I
As a
sort of agree,
co-sponsor.
I sort of agree with you, Commissioner Russell.
Yeah.
But I see both sides.
Yeah, I don't want to micromanage them, but we'll work on it. All right.
We work at it.
So we have amendments between first and second. Are they accepted by sponsor and, the mover and seconder?
The legislation will be adopted as is with the changes being made in between first and second readings, so no amendments need to be incorporated into the
Direction
motion.
between first and second, understood. Any further comments on SR 2, 3, and FR 1, 3, and 4?
Nope.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're done with our ordinances. Thank you. Let's move to PZ, unless you want to go back to let's move to PZ. We're going to start with PZ 4 and 5, which are D4 items.
Mr. Chair, before you go to the PCs, I have a Jennings disclosure, and it's all of them. PC 1, PC 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I have met with everybody. Okay?
Yes,
All right.
but that does not bias your opinion. PZ4, so then let's take up PZ4 and 5. Is there a motion? This is a D4 item. Is there a motion for PZ4 and 5? Do you need a presentation first?
PC 4 and 5. Let me see, which one are those? PC 1 was moved.
This is the one on 23rd Terrace, Commissioner Reyes, 3231.
Yes, I'll move it. Move it.
PZ4 and 5 are moved.
Moved.
What should they have?
Hi.
Would you like to present anything?
There's a covenant associated with the application. I think the covenant needs to be accepted. This is, just very briefly, this is the old Victor's Cafe Studios. Depending how old you are, you remember the restaurant that was there.
Before that was the Dollar Horse.
I don't remember that one. My name is Ines Marrero. I'm attorney with the law firm of Holland and Knight, offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. So
The good side of the Pragus family.
the good side of his family, the ones with an S. That property is currently has an application pending for approval through warrant of an assisted living facility. And so we have acquired this one single-family lot to make it part of our project. Let me be very clear. This is not needed for the project. The project stands on its own. But this one lot will serve to provide a Zen garden for the residents of the assisted living facility. So we are seeking to rezone this one lot to allow the community support facility use to happen on it. The use is a park, essentially, for the residents of this, of our proposed facility. But without the rezoning, we cannot use it for that open space. And this has been confirmed by staff and the Planning and Zoning Board, excuse me.
What item is this again?
This is 4 and 5, PZ4 and PZ5.
Okay, and, well, this is 3231 Southwest 23rd Terrace.
Correct.
Right in the corner of 23rd Terrace and 32nd Avenue.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I have a conflict of interest according to, I think, what the city attorney would advise me on. Properties that are owned by my family, less than 500 feet from there. So I don't think I would be allowed to vote on this. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. If there's a financial interest that you would have from the vote, then yes, you would have a conflict.
Okay.
We will give you the document that needs to be filed with the city clerk.
I will step out on this one, and,
Although I know you
I'll
are
come
not
back.
against it because
No,
there's
no,
going to be a little park.
well, look, I can't even talk about it.
No, don't talk about it. I
So-
talk about it.
All right, recusal is noted.
I just don't want someone coming at me later on and saying,
Yeah. Get out of here.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Priegas or for the administration? Any further comment from the commissioners? All in favor of the,
Chair.
you need it read?
I don't have a second. Commissioner Reyes moved the item at 7:29, but I didn't have a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Watson.
And it is an ordinance.
Please read it into the record.
PC4 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to low-density restricted commercial of the .15 plus or minus acres described herein of real property located approximately at 3231 Southwest 23rd Terrace, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings, containing a summary clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ5 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments, amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification from T3O, Suburban Transit Zone Open, to T4L, General Urban Transit Zone Limited, for the .15 plus or minus acres of real property located at approximately 3231 Southwest 23rd Terrace, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings, containing a summary clause, and providing for an effective date.
Has the covenant been entered into the record?
The covenant was submitted formally through E-Plan to the city.
Is it included in this item?
It was not in the city package with the agenda, but it has been formally submitted to the city.
Let's formalize it formally. What's the covenant, what's the substance of the covenant?
Yes. The covenant provides, in its pertinent part, that this is the most important language. You have it there? Thank you, James.
Mr. Clerk, you don't have a copy of it for the record?
No, sir, I was going to defer to Mr. City Attorney to determine whether or not the legislation needs to be amended to incorporate the covenant.
If it's not in the record, it should be adopted as amended to incorporate the covenant.
But you don't have a copy of the covenant?
I don't have a copy with me. It is uploaded into E-Plan, so
But
we're
you have
reviewing
seen it and
Yes,
studied
sir.
it?
Yes.
Yes, the procedures for submittal of covenants under the zoning and planning departments requires that we do it through their portal, and so that was submitted. The most relevant language of the covenant is a use restriction that states that notwithstanding the property's T4L zoning designation, the property shall only be used for those uses permitted in the T3O zoning district. Of course, we want to be able to use a single-family home. Or as green space, recreational area, or open space serving other abutting properties with a zoning classification of T4, T5, and T6. And the intent is to allow this park to be used as a private park for the residents of property that abuts it, that it happens to be zoned T4, T5, and T6. If you would like to add where it says recreational area, that it says passive recreational area, we can amend that. I just picked up on that. And
Zen passive. Zen. All right, does the mover and seconder accept the covenant as an amendment?
Yes.
Yes? Commissioner Watson?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, are there any further questions or discussion on the item? Nope. And it's been read in the record?
Yes, sir.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes as amended.
Thank you
Ms. Briegas.
very much.
Commissioner Reyes, still in your district, item PZ6 is a
Move it.
rezoning.
And as I understand, there is also some covenant that's going to be presented.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Ben Fernandez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. We have negotiated all the terms of the covenant. The items that were outstanding between first and second reading have now been addressed to everyone's satisfaction. The covenant has been uploaded into the Miami E-Plan system. Your planning director has reviewed and approved the covenant. Your law department has reviewed it. And Commissioner, I believe your staff has also been part of that process. So we're happy to present it here this evening, joined by the owners that are with me, Mr. Pablo Cejas and Alan Ojeda. Essentially, all of your requests concerning vehicular access will be abided by. The exclusive exit will be on Coral Way, the entrance will be on 27th Avenue, only service and loading from 22nd Terrace.
The height.
And the height is also limited as well.
Thank you. Do you need that accepted, the covenant accepted as an amendment, or is it already in the?
It's already in?
It's already, if you can provide a copy to the clerk's office, because the Absolutely. version that we have in Acela is the outdated one. have a copy for the record right here to submit.
And my question is it already noted in the record,
No,
or
the
you
one
need
that's
it
in
as
the
an
record.
amendment?
Correct. It needs to be amended, because the one that's in the record is outdated.
Thank you. We all have a copy of it. Does the mover and seconder accept?
Yes, we accept the new one, just make sure we have it.
Yeah, the new one's been entered into the record, and Mr. Fernandez has summarized the substance of the new covenant that is being proffered.
So I accept the new amendment.
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Fernandez,
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any further discussion or questions? All in favor of the item?
It's a ordinance.
Is it an ordinance? Please read the record.
Mr. Chairperson, there was additional covenants, the 150,000, there are things that you,
Well, those were all part of the first reading. I can restate them if you like.
That's why I asked. I wanted to make sure it is all captured.
yes, sir. At the first reading, you said 100,000, they asked for 150, you've changed it. So if you could just summarize the changes for the board.
The changes are essentially an increase in the monetary contribution to 150,000 versus 100,000. And the timing for that contribution has been moved up from TCO to obtaining a building permit for the project.
Right.
As well as the vehicular access has been amended to provide that a waiver must be obtained within 18 months from the time of this approval, or the covenant must be modified or other arrangements made.
All right. Is the department satisfied? Legal satisfied?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Clerk satisfied? And have we read it into the record?
Not yet, sir.
Please do so.
It's an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning ordinance of ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by changing the zoning classification from T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, to T680, Urban Core Transit Zone Open, for the properties generally located at 2200 and 2222 Southwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described as Exhibit A, attached and incorporated. Further, accepting the voluntary proffered covenant, attached and incorporated as Exhibit B and as amended, making findings containing a summary clause and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. PZ6, all in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes as amended. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving on, PZ 9 and 10. Can I get a motion for PZ 9 and 10, Waterfront Design Guidelines and Waterfront Materials
Move it.
Index? Moved by Commissioner Reyes,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Watson. I'd like to be noted as a sponsor on both PZ 9 and 10, please.
Me too.
Me too.
All right,
Me too,
unanimous
yes.
of those on the dais. Is there any further discussion on the items?
PZ9 is an ordinance.
Yes, I'm aware.
PZ9 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Appendix B titled Waterfront Walkway Design Guidelines of ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended, making findings containing a subrogate clause and providing for an effective date.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on PZ 9 and PZ 10.
Aye, that was, you got me, Todd? Okay.
PZ 12, updating definition of abutting regarding SAPs. Commissioner Watson, this is your item. Would you like to move it?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that this was a clarification for the code. I move it.
Second it.
Moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. So I want to make sure I understand it fully, because in a previous meeting, we were dealing with this question of whether or not an
Yes.
SAP can jump a private property.
Right.
So the goal of this is to clarify that in the future, from here forward, SAPs will not be able to jump private property. Is that correct?
And what's abutting? Abutting is, as it's defined, abutting, and not, jumping across the street or something like
And
that.
does that change the definition of abutting for all of everything we deal with in terms of abutting, or is it just in terms of SAP? Whereas the amendment's only happening in the SAP portion?
That's a good question.
Mr. Min?
It is, the intent was limited to SAPs.
But does that create a precedent within the code as the definition of abutting will then be used in this fashion so that abutting cannot include properties that have a private property between them?
The proposal does amend, actually, the proposal does not amend the definition of budding. So it should not affect other properties. It only amends Article 3, Section 3.9, which is limited to special area plans.
Got it. And so our intention is that if a railroad goes through and it's a privately owned railroad, the SAP cannot extend on both sides of that, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
also affects boulevards over 75, rights of way over 75 feet, is that
Over
correct?
70 feet right-of-ways as written.
So is that also the intention of the sponsor, that an SAP could not extend both sides of a street if that street is more than 70?
I wasn't aware of that square footage designation. I mean, I can amend it to include it if that's what's necessary.
No. So
It's not
I'm wondering if there's a case where, the idea of an SAP is for design flexibility. It gets abused with regard to intensity and density, but the idea is if someone amasses an assemblage, that they get design flexibility. And I could see where that would cross a boulevard and you would have, you're basically creating a neighborhood. And maybe they end up doing crossovers through, you know.
But if it, I guess, so then that question becomes, I guess, relevant if they own the other side of the
Yes.
boulevard.
Yes.
Because then they own the other side of the boulevard.
I'm okay with it, because, you know, and this just gives them creative ways to create that assemblage. But I want to respect the spirit of what you're trying to protect against. Let's say, you don't want someone to abuse an SAP assemblage by crossing private property in the future, is that?
And clarify, I guess, for the code section, what is abutting?
Right. Commissioner Diaz-Libertia.
Commissioner, what's the practical impact? What's your ultimate goal here? Why? Because really railway lines are not private property, right?
FEC owns it, so it's
Right.
not considered right-of-way. We've treated
Right.
it as right-of-way, but now we're.
But let's say if hypothetically I support it, and I support the concept of SAPs to create redevelopment in blighted areas and so forth. What's the practical end result of this policy change? Because it's actually a major policy change.
So then it becomes a question when you say abutting. Let's say maybe SAPs die in the report that's coming in October. That's the best thing for us, right? We give people flexibility and it gets abused. But at the end of the day, right, if in fact it does survive, then the question is you should have a singular owner or then someone joining on land that's abutting, and this whole kind of squiggly line thing doesn't work against them. If you have to own 9 acres, then you own 9 acres. If not, then you can't bring something else in some sort of crazy fashion to be abutting for purposes of now gaining from us more leverage than you had.
I understand. I think, if I remember, before I was here, before we were here,
Right.
maybe you remember, there was a particular developer that had 7 acres and wanted to add another 2 acres of park land.
Yeah.
Together, right?
Legion Park.
Right. And Legion Park, was it? Yeah, and sort of, that's abusing the process. But if you have a private owner, let's say someone owns 6 acres and there's another owner that owns 3 acres across on the other side of the railway line.
A private owner, yeah, sure.
And that, they get together and they assemble 9 acres, and they could do an SAP. There's some synergy there, even though there's a railway line in between. They could do a walkway or a crossover, as you call it. But they can't do it if they only have 6 acres. So would this stop that from happening?
Yes.
And that's a concern that I have.
Well, it stops it from happening unless they join together. Then it's not going to
Oh,
stop it.
so
'cause
I,
it's-
then I misunderstood. So
Yeah.
if they join together as a single entity, then it erases the preemption of a
Well, that's
private
different.
railway from stopping the assemblage?
That's different, yeah, that's different. Let me ask staff on this one. If I may, through you, Mr. Chair?
Okay, yeah, but I just want to make sure my question's answered because,
Same question.
is it, okay. Ownership determines whether or not they can jump a railroad?
So as drafted, regardless of whether or not the FEC joins, it states that properties separated by the Florida East Coast Railroad corridor shall not be included.
So that's the problem.
But in general, SAPs, can SAPs be applied for by multiple owners, or do they need to have a joint
Yes.
ownership?
multiple owners are fine.
Multiple owners can normally. So this simply is saying if a railway, a private railway goes through
Not private.
your SAP, FEC is private though.
It's a private right-of-way.
Yeah, but it's a different company, right? So in essence, if they don't, I'm finishing, I'll ask my question.
Meaning that it's a separate property owner going,
That they can block,
bifurcating their SAP assemblage, they don't get the assemblage.
Correct.
Right.
It's just like any other private property. They can't jump a private property. They must be abutting. So if FECI, according to the way it's written now, it does not, you will not be able to join them even if they did join. I'm not sure that was the
if I
intent.
may, just to follow up.
Yep.
But
Let me ask you, if someone, again, to simplify it, if someone owns 6 acres here, there's an FECI railway in between, track in between, and someone else owns 3 acres over there, and they get together, or the same person owns both, doesn't really matter, they get together, they say, look, let's redevelop this area. We know the area we're talking about, or it's an area that needs redevelopment still. Not all parts because of redeveloping, but some of it still needs it, right? They say, let's do this SAP. And FECI says, I don't want it. They can stop it.
Yes, sir.
It's not about whether or not FEC wants it or not.
So there's-
Simply by the code will not be allowed.
Yeah, right.
No, but the change that the Commissioner Watson wants to make, is it allowed now?
Through the chair, if currently, if FECI as a private landowner joins an SAP, it will work.
Okay.
What this is doing is.
Oh, okay, that's.
What this is saying is that even as a private property owner, they cannot jump it, and that's as written. I don't know if that was the intent.
Also, it puts a limitation on if I may, on the 6-acre owner and the 3-acre owner, or the one, to talk to FECI and say, hey, you know, let's do this. This would stop that from happening. Prevent that from happening.
So regardless of whether you have a property on the east side of the railroad track, regardless of if you have a property owner on the east side of the railroad tracks and a property owner on the west side of the railroad tracks, if they both agree, as drafted, it is not allowed because it says properties
I have a problem
are
with
not
that.
abutting if there's an FEC corridor. I don't know if that was the intent, if we want to modify it and say, unless the FEC agrees, you know, we could modify that, but as drafted, it says, include properties separated by the FEC shall not.
Then maybe we're getting too specific with regard to FEC, because it seems the spirit is if you're bifurcated by private property, you're not able to jump that private property unless that private property owner is a part of your SAP.
That's it.
Got to be part of it.
Can we,
But
so
that's what it's supposed to be.
I think that's what he's going for.
That's how it's drafted. It's drafted,
No.
Commissioner
saying no.
Watson wanted that the definition of abutting would not include two different sides of a railroad. I did not know, though, that the railroad can apply to be part of the SAP. I did not know that that was
Well, they're
a
a private
possibility.
property owner.
Well, doesn't that force, well, I don't know, does it force a private property owner to deal with FECI? Or do they have
It
to?
should. It does.
It does.
As drafted, but I really do not think that they could join that way. I mean, because you have to, they would literally have to parse out their property, that you're not gonna include the whole railroad. I mean, I don't see how that could happen, but planning, is stating that it could
Would they have to
potentially.
subdivide their property?
I would
within
think they have to
boundaries?
subdivide to actually make a property that's contiguous with this SAP and part of it, because if not, their whole railway would be one property. So I don't know how you
Right,
can
yeah.
technically do
Biggest-
it.
That's a big problem.
Here's the thing for us.
I mean, I guess they have different parcels but it would be quite a long parcel.
No,
So
we don't
then you
want-
just say, oh, FECI, I think it would circumvent the SAP process, because then you could just have 9 acres of FEC and 2 acres on either side of FEC. Like, I really don't think that was,
That's interesting.
Clearly,
I don't think that was
Very
what was
narrow
meant
SAP.
to happen.
yeah.
A very narrow SAP, right?
Right.
The Commissioner raised a question, I guess, clearly from at least as relates to how we have to decide things. I want a butt to mean a butt. If it's a butting, it's a butting. Okay. If it's not a butting,
They don't get
then, right, it's
All right.
automatic.
I'm
So-
with you, Commissioner.
And so that was really the intent of this. Now, I see what planning department says to be determined. I mean, the issue is, a butt should be a butt. That's all.
Do we have a motion?
I wasn't trying to direct something to FEC or anybody else, but to clarify, because when I had to now make a decision on this, a butting didn't a butt. So there you go.
What?
Joe's ready for dinner.
The other thing this does is when a certain highway, roadway is technically more than 70 feet.
That's right, but
That
I
is
was
also
funny.
not considered abutting, because
That's-
right now, as drafted, abutting is across the street.
Yes. That,
But for the purpose of SAPs, it won't be if the street is that
If this
wide.
definition passes.
All right,
if-
we're good. We support you, Commissioner Watson. There's been a motion,
There you
there's
go.
been a second, no amendments.
okay.
You need this read in the record? Mr. Min?
Ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, is amended, more specifically by amending Article 3, Section 3.9, titled Special Area Plans, to amend the definition of the term abutting as it relates to special area plans, containing a several clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
All in favor of the item, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're going back to RE10, approve the charter amendment for Chief of Police and Fire Rescue Chief.
Yes.
Do we already have a motion and a second here?
Mr. Chair, I believe
I
the
move that-
amendment that is being requested by Commissioner Reyes is a clarification concerning, as drafted, the selection committee is proposed to be made up of electors of the city, current or former law enforcement executives, and attorneys. And I believe there needs to be clarification because this section applies to both the chief of police as well as the fire rescue chief, that it should not be limited to just current or former law enforcement executives, but it should be current or former law enforcement executives or fire executives as applicable.
That's fine.
Okay.
So, question for the sponsor or for legal. Let's say this passes, and the voters agree with it and it passes, and we create this process. Does the manager still have the ability
Yes.
to pull a name out of the blue that wasn't in the process and select them?
Now, let me put it this way. If we create, like was created, we create a committee that it is the ones that they are going to vet, they are going to be interviewing, they are going to, look for the qualifications or the background also of the people that they are, that apply. You see, the city manager must pick among those three that it is. If he doesn't like it, there is not a person that he likes, the process could come back, and he could tell anybody, hey, listen, I want you to apply. But what I want to do is a process that nobody can come and say, I want this guy. You know what I mean? I want it to be a process that it is the person that, or the persons that they're going to be, the finalists are because that committee, which have to be formed by people that they have knowledgeable. They are knowledgeable of law enforcement or the law, or have worked with the community in that aspect. That they sit down and then they discuss which are the best candidates, and the city, those names are given to the city manager, and the city manager must pick among them three.
How many years are we putting in experience for the people in law enforcement?
For the selection committee?
Yeah. Is there
As drafted, it says that the selection committee members shall be comprised of at least one of the following: electors of the city, current or former law enforcement executives and/or fire executives as applicable,
look,
and attorneys who have practiced or are practicing.
I am not in favor of just putting, the elector of the city could be a security guard that knows nothing.
Not even a security guard.
On how to pick a police chief, or, someone that
Make it more specific
is in
then.
another area. I would leave it to individuals in law enforcement from the rank of captain and above.
Is that an amendment?
No, it's going to be an amendment, but.
Who is the original mover and seconder?
It was moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-de-Liberty at 6:40 PM.
Make it 20 years.
But if you're a sergeant,
Okay, so leave it.
know.
So leave it in 20 years, law enforcement.
20 years.
Even though a sergeant might not necessarily, even with 20 years, have the experience at the top, but I'll go along with 20 years.
What I'm saying
Or more
is-
in law enforcement.
No. What you're saying, it had to be a captain of above. If you've been in the police force, you're a sergeant, you're a lieutenant, and you are being a police officer for so many years, let's say 5-6 years, then you have experience. You see, you have experience. What we're looking is for people that have experience on policing, people that have experience with community
But it's got to be more than 5 or 6 years. guys.
Well,
I would put no
How
less than
about 10
15
years?
years.
Or 15?
15 at
10,
least.
12?
10 years.
And the rank doesn't, sergeant and above, 10 years,
People
12 years.
that have been in law enforcement or in the
Fire.
other categories, and attorneys and all of that, for over 10 years.
Well, but now,
I mean,
We're really
be
discriminating.
realistic, Joe. If
Ageism.
you get 20 years, I mean,
Well, you
most
get
of
a lot
the
of
people
people.
that have been 20 years, that retire
Well,
already, they move out of Miami.
Then there should be a timetable, maybe 12 years.
Okay, that's fine.
Sufficient, 12 years.
12 years, I
Now,
get it.
on the attorneys,
Just a minute, then does the mover and the seconder agree on that amendment?
12 years, yes.
okay.
12 years, this is fine.
Okay,
Can I clarify, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Because what I heard Commissioner Corolla was talking about law enforcement, but again,
Yeah.
since this section not only applies to the police chief, but also applies to the fire rescue chief,
The same thing.
I would suggest that it be
That's right.
Well, yeah,
Same
law
thing.
enforcement or fire,
Or fire and all that.
But there was also a
rescue,
question about
12
electors.
years.
Were you trying to disqualify general electors?
Yes.
yes. Look, you need people that are specialized in this.
Does the mover and the seconder?
Yes,
Yes.
people have to
So
Then-
electors is not enough of a minimum requirement according to
In
the
attorneys,
amendment.
I think we need to limit attorneys
criminal.
that have been in the criminal justice system for at least 12 years. The same amount of years we're using for law enforcement.
The criminal
That
attorneys
could be
also,
a judge,
also we-
Any
could be
attorney.
state attorneys, people. of the
Judges.
sort. Yeah, judges.
retired judges.
Exactly.
You see.
So attorneys that have been in the criminal justice system for 12 years or longer.
Or in the justice system in general, right? Or
the
criminal-
justice system.
Justice system,
And
yeah.
it-
Well, it's criminal justice,
Yeah.
that's what they call it.
as currently drafted, it says criminal justice or civil rights, including but
civil-
not limited to
civil
judges, prosecutors, public defenders, city attorneys, or county attorneys.
Yeah.
So are you okay with just modifying that language to
I
say
think
12
we
years?
just put criminal justice system is sufficient.
But I
And now
think,
you're putting city attorneys.
city
You
attorneys,
guys want
no,
to get
no,
into
no,
the
no.
action. Oh, yeah.
no city attorney.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
They try to slip that in, you saw that?
That's right.
Try to slip that one in.
Are you clear on the amendment, Barnaby?
Assuming it's been accepted
You know,
by,
Okay.
The wings of the managers are clipped, and then you get an eagle flying in now.
Okay, you got that?
So does the mover and the seconder accept
Yes.
that amendment?
Yes.
All right, you guys have a problem with young people. I don't know what's wrong.
No.
That's right.
Less
Well,
experience.
you could be young.
Well, you're not that young anymore. I mean, you're getting.
Trying.
But we're experienced means a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I completely understand, and I like where this is going within the process. So here's my question that would decide whether I agree with this entire concept or not. And I don't mean to make it personal, but I think our police chief has proved his mettle since he's been in. And
It's not about him.
but it's
Yeah,
not
I know
about
it's,
him.
no, but let me
No,
ask
no,
you this
no, no,
question.
no.
Let me ask you this question.
What?
I know you don't want to make it personal, but under the system, would we have the chief we have today if we had the system in place a year ago?
If during the process, he would have applied,
You wouldn't have.
well, then, I mean, we had candidates that they were outstanding candidates. And you don't know if they would have been even better. You see, we had outstanding candidates, and from what I heard, we had a candidate from New York that was very outstanding. We have candidates from the city of the police force that were outstanding. I mean, we cannot do it because of this police chief. I mean, this happened already, but it's nothing against him.
I know it's not against him personally, and I'm not trying to put you in that
And you're
position.
not going to tell me that he is the only candidate that
No, but the anomaly is this. Some of the best people that we would want aren't out there looking for a job. They already have a job. And that job is secure enough that they wouldn't put themselves at risk in that current position unless they knew they had a good shot at this job.
Well,
And
let me
so
tell
a
you
certain
something.
level of,
It's the same thing about politics, you know? People
They
don't
know
run.
that it's a level playing field.
That's
that
right,
makes
and
all
you
the difference.
level the playing field, and you make them attractive. That's what you have to do.
Mr.
You
Chair?
see? It's like any other recruiting.
Yeah.
And you're recruiting for a CEO. You see, most of the good CEOs, they are already employed. But you make it attractive and you offer the conditions for that person to entice that person to come and apply for the job, then you're going to get it.
Chairman, what I was told by a former police chief here was that a lot of people don't apply for position of police chief, fire chief, or whatever down here because they think it's a waste of time, that it's a political process here, and that job is already there for someone else. So
It
don't
has a
wanna-
name on it.
They don't want to expose themselves.
That's right.
In that way. But
And this process opened the door for those people that want to compete and they want to come here
Right.
Because what I heard, and I heard the same thing at Commissioner Carollo, you know, some people think that, believe that those positions, they have a first and last name on it. And this way, we just take that assumption out of the way.
But one of the things that concerns me is that this election, we're not going to have a major turnout like we do in the elections coming up next year. The first which will be, I believe, in August. So I don't know if anybody would want to defer this towards August, or you want to go forward with it now with a low
But this is
turnout.
going to be the November election.
Yeah, this low turnout
That's right. It's
this year.
yeah, well, that we can place this, and we can vote it, and say that this will go, and November 2022.
Yeah, you could go to August or November 22, whatever.
That's
you
right,
like.
we can do that. I mean, there's no rush, because we are not, but what I want to do is bring it to the public, let the people decide, you see, and create a process, that's all.
Well,
But
if it's approved, then you want it approved
Yes.
immediately. You always do in terms of the sword.
What you were saying, Commissioner?
Well, we don't know if there's no rush, right? You never know what happens, you know.
Well, absolutely, yes,
Miami.
Let the people
We're talking
decide.
about, we're talking about the city of Miami here.
Let the few people that are gonna come out decide, and that's it. Because there's a majority election, I mean.
I think we put it this November.
That's right.
At least we have
That's
that
right. Let's do
process,
it.
we have that process in place.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I don't think the turnout is going to
Mr. Min, you
impact
had something you wanted to add?
the result.
Yeah, I wanted to, so this actual language of the proposed charter amendment states that the selection committee shall review the applications of those that meet the minimum requirements and recommend the top 3 finalists to the city manager. I believe that in the type of situation with Chief Acevedo, if that application is submitted to the selection committee and the selection committee finds that he's one of the top 3 finalists, it's doable. It's a process that the manager can select from one of those 3 finalists.
Okay.
Okay, so now clarification. Now you confused me a little bit. Sorry. So let's say the manager hypothetically interviews 30 people, and then he doesn't pick any of those 30 people. But he can pick 3 people, or we pick 3 people. How does that work? Or he can pick.
No, the commission, the selection committee picks the people.
That's it.
Right.
Okay.
And they give it to him.
But who picks?
This proposal
Right.
states that when there's a vacancy,
When there's a
the
vacancy.
city commission shall appoint a selection committee.
Correct.
The selection committee shall review those that are determined to be qualified
Correct.
and select 3 finalists for the city manager to pick one. The
Correct.
manager shall pick from one of those 3 finalists, and that's it. If the manager does not like any of the 3 finalists, it goes back to the selection committee for the selection committee to send back 3 more finalists.
Got it. Yeah. All right, is everyone clear?
Yeah.
There's a motion, there's a second, we have amendments.
Can you go over the qualifications for the
Yes, sir.
people that would?
You've removed the electors of the city. You've stated current or former law enforcement or fire executives as applicable with 12 or more years of experience. And you've stated attorneys who have practiced or are practicing in criminal justice or civil rights fields.
Civil rights?
I just said criminal justice.
Criminal justice system.
Yeah,
No,
criminal
it's
justice system.
everybody.
So just limited criminal justice system?
Criminal justice system. But
Criminal justice system. Okay.
All right, all in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? I'm a no. Motion passes 4-1 as amended. And that is the last action item for our agenda. We have remaining discussion items and a budget item. BU1.
PU,
BU1.
Budget.
Hello, Chief. Would you like to address?
we didn't recognize you for that outfit.
My apologies. Joseph Zaralban, Fire Chief, Department of Fire Rescue. And please excuse the dress. I'm usually dressed more formally.
No, it's fine, but
I did ask the manager for permission to come up and speak very briefly on the item you just passed. And the only thing I would like to do is address just a moment of or a brief piece of our history so that can be taken into consideration as you all move forward thoughtfully within this process. The Miami Fire Department has a very proud tradition. In the last 120 years, we have never hired a fire chief or fire executive from the outside. The only individual that we hire from the outside is an entry-level firefighter. And we work very hard to groom our firefighters to become our future leaders. And as I said, in 120 years, we have always used succession planning and the grooming, the mentorship and the leadership process in order to determine what our future would look like and who our future fire chiefs may be. So my only concern is that as we lump fire and police together, some of the verbiage that might be applicable to police may not necessarily be applicable to fire. So I only ask that you keep that at the forefront of your thoughts as you move forward in this process and give consideration to that. Because as I said, we do have a long-standing tradition of grooming our own, and use myself as an example. I still have about 3 years left here, and we've already begun succession planning where we rotate all our executives through every position within the fire department. We begin to bring chiefs from the street up into executive staff for 3-month rotations at a time. So we actually start planning 3 years ahead of the vacancy in order to ensure that every level of leadership is prepared. And what should they be prepared for? My departure. Because the mark of a good leader is not that they can't operate without you. The mark of a good leader is that when you leave, they haven't skipped a beat. And that's what we work towards, and we only ask that you take that into consideration.
Through the chair.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, if I'm here, when you leave, if I'm reelected, you're going to be my appointee for the selection of the fire chief.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
My question to you is, despite your internal process by the code and charter, the actual end determination still lies with the city manager, though?
Absolutely, sir.
Right. And so under the process that this potential ballot question poses, would that alter who can apply within your process?
The answer is I'm not sure.
I don't believe so.
I believe
it changes
that
who scrutinizes them at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and I have no problem with scrutiny because I believe that we do a good enough job in preparing our future leaders that they will rise to the top regardless, and that's evidenced by Miami firefighters running fire departments all over this nation. So I have no concern about that. I just want to make sure that as we create rules for both police and fire, we recognize that fire's history is slightly different. That's understood.
And if I may add, the final decision is within the city manager.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And,
Even with your process?
Yes, sir.
Let me
As
just,
drafted, someone else can apply for that position, and you have to go through the committee process as drafted.
With the caveat that this charter amendment does not prohibit the manager from doing an internal recruitment
No, does
for the
not.
fire chief. If he wanted to limit the recruitment to internal candidates, he can do that. It still goes to the selection committee and the city manager selects.
Absolutely, and if I may, my only concern is when I'm not here and we're not here and the manager isn't here, will that institutional memory still be there, or will it be written in such a manner that?
Hold on, but your manager, whatever manager it is, can still pick whoever he wants, and your succession plan that you leave stays in place, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can anybody else apply?
They could apply.
Even, and I would defer to the city attorney, but even under the current charter, if the manager so desired, someone else from the outside could apply. That's part of the reason that we believe so strongly in our succession planning and the development of our leaders, so that never becomes a potential need for the manager to consider.
But Chief, your concern, according to that, is moot, because when you leave, a different city manager comes in. Even with the actual system, the manager could pick anybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what we want to make sure is that every single firefighter could apply for it. I mean, anybody that is interested, including ours, but that doesn't mean that the next city manager, that if it comes, let's say, from someplace else or whatever, could pick anybody else. And this process guarantee that the best, the most qualified candidates are going to be at, and if the way that you have a succession, that you are grooming, or you are firefighters to be chief, they're going to be on the final list.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And as I said,
I don't see why you're so concerned about it.
the only concern is specifically as we discuss language moving forward, and as we primarily gear this towards police, I just want to ask that we keep it at the forefront of our thoughts, that we don't pigeonhole or trap ourselves into creating something that affected fire adversely and we didn't anticipate it. That's all, that's the only consideration I'm asking for.
What you have to do is train them well.
Absolutely.
And keep on training them well, because they have the same chance, the same opportunity as they have now.
Very good.
Okay?
That's all I can ask for. Thank you, sir.
No. Keep on training them well. And
Absolutely.
now that you're here, Chief, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you and to congratulate you. And you don't know how proud you made us. The job that you did, and the rescue
In Surfside.
on Surfside, and the time and the effort placed by your troop and yourself and all the chiefs. It's very commendable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say, I've never seen anything like Surfside to that degree ever in life. And if we had called you here, you wouldn't come, because that's just how you are. But it must be said, because we never know. Most times you all go off somewhere, right? And we all, I think, went over there, and the manager, I went with him one day. No one knows the sort of jobs you guys do outside of just showing up at a house or an accident. But what I saw, what I experienced from you and our guys was probably one of the finest jobs I've ever seen done by anybody in that sort of circumstances. And thank you very much for representing us. Thank you for helping me. And just thank you for the job you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We did our best to make the best out of an absolutely terrible situation. Thank you.
And in the context of this item, it speaks to the leadership of both the police department and the fire, that we have chiefs that were exactly where they needed to be this month. You in Surfside, Chief Acevedo in Calle Ocho and the Freedom Tower. The issues that we're facing this month, we had the leadership that made sure this city was proud. And that also reflects on our city manager for the selection process through which he's gone. So thank you. Thank you for your team, your service, and to the police chief and the manager as well. It's been quite a month. Thank you.
If I may add, they rotate off officially today, so they're going to get a much needed opportunity to kind of catch their breath and much needed and probably long deserved. So I wanted to also publicly commend the chief. We'll do something a little more formal at our next opportunity. We had hoped to do something today for the Urban Search and Rescue team. We couldn't because they were still deployed, but we'll do something for them at a future commission date. But I'm just happy they're going to get a chance to sort of stand down now and actually rest up.
They deserve a vacation.
He's somebody that desperately needs it. So,
thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, BU1, please. We're almost there, gentlemen.
I got to follow the fire chief.
You can make it great if you tell us you found some money somewhere. Did you find 26 million?
Not quite.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Fernando Casamayor, Assistant City Manager and CFO. Commissioners, the books for the month of June closed on July 12th. I am happy to report that some of our revenue trends are starting to look a little bit better than we had anticipated when this budget was put together. We are still projecting a deficit of $26 million.
However, taking away the $45 million that was transferred out of the building fund for a facility, it gives us a surplus, a projected surplus of $21.9 million. The largest difference from last month to this month is we received an additional $6 million from the Miami Parking Authority for parking revenues that were budgeted much lower. So the trends are looking very good. Other revenues are still down. However, we're a little more comfortable that hopefully the worst is behind us. And I'll take any questions you have at this time.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Casamador. That's BU1. Discussion items, we have DI1 unreimbursed grant expenditures. Hello.
Good evening, Commissioners. Erica Pascal for the City of Miami Finance Department. DI1 is the quarterly report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2021, as required by our city's financial integrity principles of any non-reimbursable expenditures incurred. I am happy to report that there are no expenditures incurred to be reported at this time.
Thank you very much. It's DI1. DI3 is status of code enforcement legislation. Whose item is this?
Code enforcement, we disseminated the memo to the commission last week. I think it was Friday is when it went out with an update.
You need to discuss at this time?
It was just to provide an update if we needed to, but we did provide it in a memo form as well, as requested.
But that's just code enforcement, period?
That's all of the items, all the legislative items that were referenced by Commissioner Carollo that
Okay.
we needed to respond to in terms of the status. We did that in the form of a memo. Yeah.
Microphone, please. So do you need to discuss DI3, or shall we
Late to begin with, so.
consider it done? DI3.
The manager's good at this. He puts it at the end in a busy day, so he tires me out. You know, takes advantage of my old age.
Good evening, Commissioners. How are you? I'm Robert Santos Halborna. I'm the Co-Compliance Director.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Russell. I've had the opportunity to meet with a few of you, and I'm here to answer some of your questions. And there's some specific legislation that I know that Commissioner Carollo had raised some concerns. So,
Does anyone
Commissioner
have any
Reyes?
questions for the director?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry?
I'm asking if any of the commissioners have any questions for the
No, we briefly met. He was very courteous in meeting with me. You know, I certainly will give him every opportunity that he deserves as a new director. He comes with a background that certainly is experienced for the job that he's taken. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you,
If
Commissioner.
you succeed, we succeed.
Yeah. As the Commissioner said, I have more than 30 years in the public sector, 23 years doing code enforcement and code compliance in multiple jurisdictions, Miami-Dade, Miami Beach, my last 5 years in Palm Beach County, and looking forward to contributing to the team and raising the bar.
Thank you.
So-
Any other questions for the director?
Well, I guess our meeting was interrupted by an employee hitting someone, and so I didn't get a chance to ask this.
Yes, sir.
An employee, what?
Yeah, there's a backstory here.
We were meeting, and an employee from Natasha, I'm sorry.
HCM Colebrook Williams.
Was on her way home and hit a young man that dashed out in front of her, and so our meeting was aborted because she freaked out and she was calling Natasha instead of 911. And so we didn't get a chance to finish that meeting. He's all right, but I didn't get a chance to ask this question.
Yes, sir.
On Commissioner Russell District notwithstanding, a lot of us have this whole problem with this illegal dumping, and I'm trying to find out. And I rode with Interim Director Niemans, trying to understand and find out from the moment we see something, cite something, or what have you, what's our capacity to do something different than just send a letter. And, you know, I have a case in my district, even unsafe structure. It took 10 years to resolve, right? How do we do something to make sure that we have teeth in what we want to see accomplished and we get results where it doesn't continue? There's a real correlation in legal dumping and vacant lots. This is why I've been on the vacant lots, right?
So Commissioner, we spoke briefly, you know, today is my 9th day, so I'm in
That's
sponge
fair. I just want to
mode.
put it on the record. No problem.
But part of the discussion that we had is how we are going to treat residential homesteaded properties very differently than commercial properties. As far as capacities, we're in the midst of doing an assessment for deployments, for evening shift enforcement, for commercial corridors. So there's a number of processes that I'm in the midst of working with, along with AD Demons, Niemans, and we will go ahead and forward that through my assistant manager and city manager. But we're in the midst of that, but without a doubt, there's a number of things that we're rolling out, such as standard operating procedures to deal with recurring violations and repeat violations.
Okay. Ms. Colebrook, we passed two meetings ago, where is the solid waste plan being implemented? Because some of our districts were short even equipment and enforcement officers. That's been started already.
Yes, sir. We have started implementing the plan, solid waste presented to you.
Okay.
We've also advertised for employees and have been recruiting with HR to fill those vacancies.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that is it on DI4. I've just received a pocket item, but I don't know if the commission wants to take this up today because it's, I don't believe any of us have had a chance to get into it, but this is regarding Bitcoin, Miami Coin cryptocurrency. Is there, this is from the mayor's office, and I don't know if there's anyone here representing that can let us know if there's an urgency on this or a time emergency that this couldn't go on another agenda. Is anyone familiar with the cryptocurrency legislation that the mayor is proposing?
Commissioners, Fernando Casamayor, Assistant City Manager. We'll get Mike Sarasti to come down here and address any questions you have. I can tell you that I believe there is a sense of urgency because in order to, for lack of a better term, get the key to this crypto wallet, we have to have it done in the next couple of weeks or else the county could possibly get this key. But I'll let Mike Sarasti really get into the details on it.
Your microphone, please.
What I understand is basically that this company that's putting this Miami City Coins is offering to give 30% of whatever they sell to the city of Miami, and we don't have to do anything, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. This is a Mike Sarasti, Director of Innovation and Technology at the city. This company is effectively offering to give the city, this is a donation. This is a right for the city manager to explore with due diligence on whether or not this cryptocurrency and how the money will be coming towards us, but as well it is to accept a donation from this company.
Yep. They're using our name already.
Miami Coin is owned by whom?
The City Coin is the company. Miami Coin is a company built on the Bitcoin protocol. Sorry, I just had to run down for a second, so let me catch my breath.
It's a Delaware corporation, so we really don't know who the owners are.
Yeah, there is no pre-mine. So in some cases, when you're talking about these coins, there's pre-mines involved, which means that there is a certain owner that's getting a percentage of the coin. That's not what's happening in this case. So in this coin, miners will get a percentage of the coin, and the city will effectively get the benefit. If it goes unclaimed, If the city decides it does not want to take a donation, that 30% remains unclaimed. So the idea is we are,
Wait a minute. Are we gonna accept this in crypto coins?
no, sir, it's accepted
Do
in
we have to purchase, City of Miami have to purchase any crypto coins?
nothing. This is just the right for us to accept a donation.
Yeah.
There is no purchase, there is no holding of cryptocurrency, it's us accepting in US dollars.
Do we have any naming rights? Do you know what I mean, that they say in Miami?
No, Miami is one of those.
Yeah, that's what the generic names.
Yeah, generic names. So-
Generic name.
Look,
So they're effect,
I see no problem in accepting this because they're just making an offer. We're asking the manager to
Due diligence.
do due diligence, put this together. I'm sure
Yeah.
the manager will, for the sake of transparency, find out who the principals are, so it's out in the open.
It's a must.
Obviously, I'm sure the mayor has done some of that, so, it's not like we're gonna get, some bad guy from somewhere in the world that's involved with this. I think, I don't see anything wrong with passing this resolution.
So
We can
moved.
make some money.
I agree.
No, look, we're not being asked to do anything.
That's right.
They're offering 30% to us.
That is,
So-
I want to make sure we are not going to spend any of city revenue, funds on buying or purchasing any crypto coins.
that's correct.
I'll move that.
It's been
Okay.
moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
Okay.
Question for you, Mr. Sarasti. So the 30% is 30% of what exactly? How do they generate revenue and how do we calculate what we get?
So the coin is built on the Bitcoin blockchain. Stacks, which is a technology that exists on top of Bitcoin, is a smart contract technology on top of Bitcoin. This coin is designed on top of that programming protocol. And miners who choose to mine Miami coin can do that. And there's a value that people have perceived value around this coin. But as part of the technology, if they hold the coin for a certain amount of time, they can reserve the right to actually receive Bitcoin on top of it. So there are a number of incentives around it if you are a miner mining the coin that incentivizes people mining this coin. So out of that yield, there is a percentage of that is effectively reserved and said the value that's allocated as part of this coin here, we're going to reserve that for the city, whether the city takes it or not. They are doing the conversion on their own side and say, city can only take USD. We're going to convert that to USD and just send the allocation to the city. So the city never deals in any of it.
What do they have to gain from this? Or is this completely altruistic? Is this something that's completely altruistic from this Delaware company?
Yes, the spirit.
100% altruistic.
The spirit of this, because there's no pre-mine, and it's important for the spirit of them pushing this coin that there is no, pre-mine, there's no allocation to everybody. The idea is that if people make an investment in this coin, a portion of that money is going to go help make cities better. So,
Well, make sure we get to see what it looks like. Because I heard rumors they were going to put the mayor's face on one side and mine in the other, so.
Have you heard about Haiti coins?
Two sides of a coin.
Captain Haiti this is actually a very similar concept to what Captain Haiti has done.
Captain Haiti coins? Have you heard this is a similar concept?
The concept is similar where you're using a token, yes, to incentivize community projects. Captain Haiti and I think, are actually doing some lunch soon.
And he is,
About Captain America.
he is based on Cardano, which is a different coin. And it's probably going to be going forward an area, just like anything else, an area where community-based services for coins winds up being a valuable proposition. And so he was solicited. He was on Ether before. He was solicited and met the creator of Cardano. And so the Cardano guy helped him change his platform. And so it's designed to have some iterations, those first iterations.
I'm impressed. Since the mayor started this whole thing, I'm impressed how knowledgeable some of my colleagues have become in Bitcoin.
It is pretty awesome.
Well, we have to be very careful because
It's not Bitcoin, it's Cardano.
Let the record reflect,
have to-
before the mayor knew about this,
He obviously has reached and touched people.
So Charles Hoskinson that you mentioned, who's
Yes.
the founder of Cardano, has been doing a lot of advocacy on behalf trying to do this community work in places. And, there is an element of experimentation, but it's another potential revenue stream to improve the
are we
quality
the
of
first
cities.
city, are we the first city with this company?
Yes, we would absolutely be the first.
Mr. Manager,
We should
We'd be the
ask
first coin.
40%.
In city, the first under the city
Mr.
coin.
Manager, I'm cashing out in a minute or two. So if I could call the question, and I just ask that you find out for us who the owners are, if they're okay, and show us both sides
Of the coin.
A picture of it.
All right, guys.
Vicky's got something she wants to do.
Thank you. This is
One side's
PI.
gonna be the mayor.
But please,
He is on the-
please,
he is on the other
don't flip the coin.
It's getting
No,
worse.
you want a picture on it?
So
Only downhill from here
Madam
on.
City Attorney.
You want a
like to
picture
address
on
the
it?
Body.
just really quickly, this is a great concept and everything, but it may have to be procured or they may have to be a bid waiver. So I just didn't want everybody to
Receive a
get all
donation.
excited, so it may have to come
Bring it back if
back
it does, that's fine.
for a bid
That's
waiver
right.
because this is, even though it sounds altruistic, if we're the first coin, they're gonna use the city logo, they're gonna use us
That's
as
right.
the
That's-
first
that's one of the
seller.
things.
I have to check out the liability, so I get it, but just I wanted to
That-
let you know. that.
That doesn't say that here. Okay.
All right, PI2, I'd like to open for public comment if there's anyone who'd like to address PI2. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. There's been a motion,
Is that the occupancy loads?
we got to get to that.
We didn't do that.
No, this is just PI2, this is this Miami coin item.
Yeah.
All in favor of the Miami coin item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I apologize, I missed DI4. Do we need to discuss occupancy loads, Mr. Manager?
Which number is this?
Occupancy loads is a discussion item.
DI4.
By the manager.
Yeah, this is our item. There's been some discussion relative to generally some concerns over our ability to monitor and enforce occupancy loads in the city. So I asked the fire marshal, Chief Placencia, to put together a report which was disseminated to everybody. And he's prepared to go through it with you if you'd like, just to understand the context of how occupancy loads are generated by property, and also to talk a little bit about what our plan is to, one, create a very good database. Right now, our database is a little disjointed in terms of occupancy loads, and also how we're going to enforce it. So, Sensei, if you want to.
Yeah, this is key, very key. Not only because of COVID, but also because of what we've seen in Surfside, among other things.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adrian Placencia, Assistant Fire Chief, Department of Fire Rescue. So occupant loads. The purpose of an occupant load is to reflect the maximum number of people anticipate to occupy a building, room, or space at any given time under any probable situations. It's established for use in determining the means of egress, for example, the size of doors, the size of stairwells, and also what type of fire protection systems or life safety systems are needed, such as sprinkler systems. Now, to calculate an occupant load, there's an occupant load factor and a formula which is on the Florida Fire Prevention Code, which basically has an occupant load factor for each type of use of an occupancy.
But that's also the same, the Florida code follows the national code, correct?
Yes, sir. The Florida Fire Prevention Code is adopted, the Fire Code, the National Fire Code, NFPA, and Life Safety Code with Florida amendments. Yes, sir. So with that said, with occupant load factors, calculating occupant load, one would refer to that chart. So let's say a business occupancy, for example. You have a building with a floor, let's say 10,000 square feet. The occupant load factor for business is 100. You would divide, in this case, either gross or net square feet, but for this, it would tell you it's gross square feet. So 10,000 divided by an occupant load factor of 100 would equal 100 occupants. So 100 occupants we utilize to determine the width of egress, the number of egress, the width of stairs if required, and also any fire protection systems.
But Chief,
Yes,
if
sir.
I may ask you, you will determine that if you have 10,000 square feet, that's open space. If it is, then you determine it by multiplying 2 by 2, and you get one person every 4 square feet, correct?
For the occupant load factor that I'm referencing, sir, it's you gather the net or gross square footage, whichever is applicable for that occupancy on that occupancy load chart, and you divide that square footage by that occupant load factor, whichever it may be for that use. And we use this for both determining requirements as mentioned in buildings, like when plans are submitted, but also in what I'm going to speak about next, which is determining maximum occupant loads for occupant load certificates. So an occupant load certificate is required in every room constituting an assembly occupancy and not having fixed seats, because if you have fixed seats, that's basically your occupant load, just like in a movie theater, for example. The sign's supposed to be posted in a conspicuous location by the main exit. Why? So employees there can readily see it, so they know when a place is getting overcrowded to make sure it doesn't prevent it. And also, so when people walk into the occupancy, they can look back and see what that occupant load is to say it's overcrowded, they should probably leave.
However, if I could ask you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Haven't you been finding that in the several months that you've been going out in a task force on this, that the vast majority of our alcohol establishments, whether bars, taverns, nightclubs, are over their occupancy load?
Yes, sir. We have witnessed a number of occupancies that were overcrowded. Yes, sir.
But it's been quite a few, correct?
Yes, sir. It's been So establishments that exceed their occupancy load put the public in danger. When you have more people than it's supposed to be, or the maximum occupancy load in a space, it delays people from getting to an exit during an emergency. And obviously, in a fire with smoke, that's more dangerous. Having a lot of people in a space that's extremely overcrowded can also prevent people from getting out the doors as they squish in trying to get out. One of the other things that assembly occupancies require is something called the crowd manager, which is required training and a certificate within 2 years. Their job is to make sure that the occupant load is not exceeded, that egress is unobstructed and readily available at all times. They're supposed to monitor and mitigate any hazards present, as well as other responsibilities to help with that. Now, how do customers or businesses acquire an occupant load certificate? So one, they can ask the Fire Prevention Bureau. We'll be happy to give instructions and facilitate that process. The other way is on our City of Miami website, there's a search bar. They can just type in occupant load or a number of search terms, and instructions will be provided how to acquire an occupant load. Additionally, if they're looking for step-by-step instructions in acquiring a new certificate of use, that information regarding acquiring an occupant load and how to do it is also on that site as well. So the way they get it is they simply click the link on that site. It'll request very specific and minimal information such as name, contact information, CU number and address, and then they'll be provided directions on how to submit their plans into ePlan. Once the plans are uploaded, the Fire Marshal's office reviews the plans, and then we'll determine a maximum occupant load based on those plans and the occupant load factors that are found in the Florida Fire Prevention Code that we discussed earlier. After that, we will then the Fire Marshal's office will visit that establishment to make sure that that plan represents what's truly at that establishment. Once that's accomplished, we'll sign the occupant load certificate, communicating the maximum occupant load, and it'll be available for the applicant to download the signed occupant load certificate and plans from the Project Docs platform. One of the things that's been accomplished last year is we started using electronic plans review. As you all know, electronic plans review has been largely used in the city, especially for the permitting process. So we migrated to doing occupant load certificate processes through that platform. This was implemented to be consistent with other departments, as mentioned, permitting, and allows for easy retrieval of past occupant load certificates and plans, and provides an improved means for customers to submit plans at any times. So in the event an occupant load certificate is missing at an establishment, they can come to us and we can locate online, verify that the plans still represent what the establishment has, and provide them that same occupant load certificate. Now, some current actions to ensure compliance with occupant loads and occupant load certificates. First, a public service announcement is in the process of being developed, which communicates the requirement for an occupant load certificate. It communicates the reasons why a maximum occupant load should not be exceeded, and also communicates how to get a new occupant load certificate or revised occupant load certificate. We've also been compiling past hard copy occupant load certificates along with occupant loads submitted via electronic plans review. Additionally, fire inspectors have been visiting assembly occupancies to verify that occupant load certificates are posted, as well as taking photos of them for our records so we have a database of these. The goal is to have all maximum occupant load certificates and occupant loads communicated on occupant load certificates easily accessible. For establishments who have lost their occupant load certificate, they're providing instruction regarding how to acquire a new occupant load certificate. And for those not working to acquire a new occupant load certificate in a timely manner, we will go out there and give them a temporary conservative occupant load certificate. The reason for that is to be less than if they submitted plans to get an actual one, so that will help motivate them to get one. Fire inspectors have also been visiting assembly establishments during the day and night to ensure maximum occupant loads are being adhered to and take appropriate action when needed. One of the other things we did recently was the manager asked us to come up with all the occupant loads or assembly occupant loads that are over 200. Well, that exercise, we used all the occupant loads we've done on Project Docs, which was mentioned a little while ago, recently provided occupant load certificates just prior to Project Docs, and with the use of a list provided by the Department of Zoning, defining assembly establishments that are taverns, nightclubs, and restaurants, we minimized, or we took a list of all restaurants over 3,000 square feet. The reason for that is because we discussed occupant load factors. The assembly occupancy load factor for non-concentrated use without tables and chairs, which will be a restaurant, 15. We figured 3,000 square feet divided by 15 would give you an occupant load of 200. That's being conservative, because keeping in mind a 3,000 square restaurant would also have a kitchen. So with that information, we've compiled so far is 68 assembly occupancies with occupancies or maximum occupant loads over 200.
Did you include in that establishments that have 2 occupancy loads, like one upstairs?
Yes, sir.
One downstairs for the same business?
Yes, sir. We
Or,
included, sorry.
You know, one outside, one inside, like we have numerous in the city of Miami.
Yes, sir, we did. We included, as you mentioned, occupants where they have separate rooms, and we used the sum of that. We included occupancies that have different floors, first and second floor, for example, and also that may have, for example, 160 occupants on the inside and maybe 60 on the outside. Yes, sir.
And even with those, you only have, you said, what, 68 or?
68, and we are continuing to work to visit all of them. Our goal is to have all of them with up-to-date records on their occupant load certificates and maximum occupant loads.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, could you send me, since you started doing these check-in and occupancy loads, the list of how many liquor establishments or restaurants, and divide them into what they really are, have been found that have been over their occupancy load. If you know approximately how much over, if you could include that, and try to divide them into those that are 200 or over versus less than 200.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So we will take all the, I guess, violations for exceeding occupant loads since we started, well, the dry hour operation started. I believe that you were part of initiating, which was April 17th. So we take all assembly establishments with occupant loads exceeded from that date, and we'll provide you a report on which of those have violations.
Last but not least, which I'm sure you would do it anyway, the dates and the violations.
Yes, sir.
On each.
Absolutely. But for the violations found, you're concerned with exceeding the occupant load?
Yeah, the occupancy.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there any more business for the dais? No. Seeing none, everyone have a good night. Thank you for your patience and advocacy. Have a good weekend. We are adjourned.